Good evening. I wish to call the Lee County Board of Commissioners to order this April 20th, 2026. If I could ask for you to please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Lord, I pray for our country, and I pray for those in authority. Please guide our senators and representatives, our town, city, county, state, and national leaders. Lord, I pray for leaders to have your wisdom in all matters. I pray for our president to have discernment, to have the energy to do this difficult job, and to be a person who seeks your will, not only in his life, but in national matters. God, please heal our land from the chaos and division, and please help every leader to seek your face. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You have your agenda in front of you. Is there any additional items to add to the agenda?
I would like to make a motion to move 8A to under consent agenda.
Item 8A, the request from Lee County Schools to fund the relocation of Central Carolina Community College pod and mobile units.
Yes, oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was my clarifying.
You're moving it where?
To consent agenda.
I think
I'm fine if that's what y'all want to do.
Commissioner Lovett and I were talking. Did you still have questions?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Are we clear on the funding source for that?
Yes, ma'am, my intention is to use the excess sales tax revenues, if they come in as expected, that are restricted, that the excess over our direct service for this year, to pay that expense.
So the one thing I did, have you done?
No, I'm likely going to, I'd like to have a discussion about it. So if we can just keep it off the consent agenda and have the discussion and then make the motion, that'd be okay? Mm-hmm. Cool.
Okay, she's asking to move it to the consent agenda. You want to hold it to discuss it before we approve the consent agenda?
That's correct. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Chair. I'd like to just keep it off of the consent agenda if possible, and then go ahead and approve the consent agenda as is.
Okay, we'll just leave it as new business. Any other additional items for the agenda? Seeing none, could I have an approval of the agenda as presented? Motion.
So moved.
I have the motion to approve the agenda as presented. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, consent agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Whew, a lot of stuff on there. All right, next item up is the recognitions, Lee County Ag Week proclamation, followed by the proclamation recognizing electric utility line worker appreciation day. Dr. Stone here? Please. Got lost in the crowd. I'm sorry. Sir. We have the Lee County Ag Week proclamation, Whereas Lee County has a strong tradition of agriculture and farming rooted in progressive and sustainable sound practices, and whereas our population continues to grow and as the need for food and fiber increases, local farmers have risen to the challenge by continuing to meet the increased demands for wholesale, safe, and nutritious food. And whereas Lee County farmers are environmental stewards of the land, as the health of the soil and water is tied directly to their livelihood. And whereas, with future generations in mind, our farmers continue to lead the way through the dynamic and diverse nature of their operations, driven by innovation and adaptability. And whereas the agricultural sector continues to be the state's largest industry, which serves as a foundational catalyst that creates jobs and stimulates economic growth. And whereas we also recognize the role of the North Carolina Cooperative Extension, Lee County Center in addressing timely issues impacting local agricultural producers by delivering trusted research-based information and resources directly into the hands of farmers and agribusinesses. And whereas we recognize that it is also of critical importance for citizens across Lee County to understand the value that agriculture brings to our local economy and its role in helping make this community a special place to reside. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Lee County Board of Commissioners do hereby recognize the fourth week in April, Lee County Ag Week, in time designated each year to celebrate the rich heritage of farms and farm families in Lee County, while also recognizing embracing future agricultural challenges and opportunities through education, awareness, and community engagement, signed this 20th day of April, 2026. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Do I have a motion to approve the Lee County Ag Week proclamation?
Motion approved.
We have a motion to approve the Lee County Ag Week proclamation. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And just for simplicity, we're going to have two more, and then we'll get everybody group pictures, so don't run away on us.
Thank you, sir.
And if I could have the representative from Duke Energy and the representatives from the local electric cooperative, please. The following proclamation is recognizing April 18th, 2026 as National Electric Utility Line Workers Appreciation Day. Whereas the Lee County Board of Commissioners celebrates and commends the work of all electrical utility line workers who work in a profession requiring passion, dedication, and extensive training. And whereas Lee County is served by Duke Energy and Central Electric Membership Corporation line workers, and especially during major storms, these line workers operate in dangerous conditions to repair broken power lines and equipment. And whereas electric line workers often are the first responders during storms, whose work is critical to making the damaged areas safe for other public safety heroes. And whereas Duke Energy and Central Electric Membership Corporation line workers and other linemen are on call 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to maintain our electrical infrastructure and keep power flowing to everyone. And whereas due to the danger of their work with high voltage, these men and women put their lives at risk every day for the citizens of our community. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives recognizes the effort of line workers in keeping the power on and protecting public safety, and has designated the celebration a National Lineman Appreciation Day. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lee County Board of Commissioners hereby recognize that April 18th, 2026 was National Line Worker Appreciation Day, and hereby call upon all citizens to recognize the contributions that these public servants make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Adopted this 20th day of April 2026. I will say thank you. Do I have a motion to approve these resolutions?
Motion to approve the resolution.
We have a motion to approve the resolutions recognizing National Line Worker Appreciation Day. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So, this is yours. You don't run away. And this is yours. We normally formally go forward with the commissioners, we gather them all together and have a group picture. Okay. So we'll do that. Okay. Just stand by, we're not going far. All right, if we can all come out for the group picture, please. Okay. All right, next items are public hearings. The first one is going to be a zoning map amendment for rezoning request for 5906 Farrell Road. Amy McNeil is to present.
Good evening, everyone. This information is on pages 305 through 329 of your agenda packet. And in summary, Jacob Newton would like to rezone a 3.5-acre tract of land developed with a barn and a house addressed as 5906 Farrell Road from residential agricultural to residential agricultural conditional zoning district to allow the development of a motor vehicle repair and service business via the site plan-specific conditional zoning process, in addition to the uses allowed in the residential agricultural zoning district. Mr. Newton owns the property in addition to land that he lives on and farms on the opposite side of the road and would like to build and operate a motor vehicle and repair service business on the subject property, and that's illustrated on the screen behind you. The site is public road frontage on the section of Farrell Road that is north of Deep River Road, adjoining the Deep River Volunteer Fire Department and terminating in a dead end. There's no public water or sewer along this section of Farrell Road. The subject property is within a watershed conservation overlay district, specifically the Cape Fear Lee County Watershed Protected Area. A watershed is a basin-like landform delineated by ridge lines that descend into lower elevations that carries rainwater from land into soils, ground, waters, creeks, and streams, eventually making its way to larger rivers and the ocean. Development within this area is allowed, but there is a maximum density and built-upon area requirements designed to ensure the health of the watershed and to protect the public water supply. Our adopted land use plan designates this parcel as countryside, which is not supportive of commercial zoning or commercial land uses. It's up to the Board of Commissioners to determine how the county should grow and if they're comfortable with commercial zoning and land uses at this location. Additional information presented at the public hearing should also be considered in the recommendation and the final decision regarding the requested zoning map amendment. And just to recap, the property owner, Mr. Newton, would like to rezone this property from residential agricultural, which allows the uses, just like it sounds, residential single-family homes and farming-type uses, to residential agricultural conditional zoning district, which means he's requesting to add one commercial land use to this property so that he could do a motor vehicle repair business. No other commercial land uses would be allowed at this location, just residential agricultural uses and this one commercial use. If you vote to approve it, it is legally binding on the land, so that if Mr. Newton sells that property in the future, he could sell it to you or I, and a motor vehicle repair business would still be allowed. There's also additional information in your agenda package regarding how the site would have to look. The site plan has been reviewed and approved by the Technical Review Committee, which simply means it meets all of our technical requirements for a proposed motor vehicle repair business use, and there is a proposed rendering of what the building would look like. These items are also legally binding on the land, and it would have to be developed substantially the same as illustrated on these plans if the commissioners approve this rezoning request. Are there any questions?
Questions for Ms. McNeil? Commissioner Martin?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Levick?
None, thank you.
Commissioner Connect? Thank you. Commissioner Vorbeck?
Yes, sir. So I just, one question. When you say the RAC would stay on the land, so if the current owners sold it, that only C use is auto repair?
Yes, ma'am. The motor vehicle repair and service business.
Okay, so they couldn't interchange it for another?
They could not turn it into a shoe manufacturing facility or any other type of commercial use.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Reeves?
Is there another commercial business anywhere in that area?
No, sir. The closest non-residential land use is the Deep River Volunteer Fire Department, which is located, can you see the intersection of, there we go, the intersection of Farrell Road and Deep River Road?
Right.
There's, right there at the beginning to that section of Farrell Road, that is the closest non-residential use.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sharp?
No questions.
Okay. All right. I do have this conflict of interest statement to read.
That's only before you make a vote on the rezoning request.
Okay.
Correct?
Okay. All right. I'm opening the public hearing on rezoning request for 5906 Farrell Road from residential agricultural to residential agricultural condition zoning. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wishing to speak on behalf of the rezoning? Anyone wishing to speak against the rezoning? Anyone for? Anyone against? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is now closed. Next item on the agenda for a public hearing is the UDO text amendment, adding data center to the UDO permitted use matrix in Article 4, add supplemental development standards in Article 5, minimum parking standards in Article 8. Marshall, good evening, sir.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As the chairman indicated, we do have a public hearing tonight to consider changes, draft changes to our Unified Development Ordinance as it relates to adding standards for data centers. As the board may recall, planning staff presented a similar draft of these standards to you at your April 6th workshop a couple of weeks ago. Representatives of our planning board were there as well, and we had an opportunity to kind of present some of these draft standards to you. What I'm going to be presenting to you tonight is essentially the same presentation, but I did want to add a couple of comments before I go into that. Two things. One is we were able to take some of your comments from that workshop, and what you have in front of you, you have a copy of the draft ordinance in front of you. If you'll notice, there's some black and some blue text in that. So where you see in your draft there's blue text, we were actually able to take some comments from your workshop and incorporate those in tonight's presentation. So we were trying to take your feedback and be proactive and put those comments in there for your consideration for tonight. There's also one fairly substantive change, if I can say that word, that is not something that came out of your workshop. I would indicate to you the City of Sanford also held a workshop and had planning staff provide them a draft on their April 14th date. And there were some comments that were generated out of that staff had went back, planning staff went back and worked with both legal, the city attorney and the county attorney. And when we get to that section, I'll indicate to you what that substantive change is in terms of what we're recommending for you tonight. So with that, I'll go ahead and jump in, and I'll try to go through this again because a lot of this stuff you've seen before at your workshop. So again, I'll hit the highlights on the timeline. Again, for the benefit of the public, we basically started, we were trying to be proactive. We got wind of a potential data center here, knowing that we didn't have standards in place. Back in October of last year, staff began researching in earnest in November, got some preliminary data together in December. We brought that information to the Joint Planning Commission. Again, as I expressed at your workshop, the Joint Planning Commission is something we've had in place for 20 years now when we adopted the Unified Development Ordinance, which is essentially the city, the county, and the town of Broadway working together under one set of standards. We needed a way of kind of having an oversight and how that we can kind of communicate amongst each other when we want to make a change to our rent rules. And the Joint Planning Commission was created, and that essentially has representation, 3 representatives from both the city, Lee County, as well as the town of Broadway, and that includes 2 elected officials as well as one of your planning board chairs. It's worked great. Process has always worked well, and it gives an opportunity to give us early guidance and kind of let staff know if we're going in the right direction from each of the 3 jurisdictions' perspectives. So knowing that they kind of liked the direction we were going in December, they directed us to say, hey, good start, but keep at it. Bring us something back, bring us something cleaner, bring us something, do some more research and see what you can find. So we did that in January and February. Staff continued to look at all kinds of different jurisdictions, how folks have handled it. We worked with the Central Pines Council of Governments, and they gave us some additional kind of directions to look into. So back in March the 18th of this year is when we kind of had what staff felt like was a finished enough draft that we could take to the Joint Planning Commission and get some feedback from them. And normally what happens from that is when the Joint Planning Commission finally gives their stamp of approval, that's where we come back to each of you individually like we did at your workshops and while we're here tonight. Because again, they give us enough kind of green light that we feel like it's polished enough that we can get it this far into the process. So again, as noted, we had your workshop on the 6th, and you gave us direction to move forward with tonight, and so that's where we're at. I talked about this already, so again, they kind of gave us some ideas from the Central Pines Council of Governments, where some of the best practices. There are not a whole lot of ordinances and a lot of examples in North Carolina, so a couple of places we looked at were primarily in Virginia and Arizona. Many of you probably heard of like Loudoun County, Virginia as an example. It's kind of a data center, kind of one of the first ones that just has quite a few collected there. So this real quick, again, you saw this at the workshop, but this gives you some examples of how other jurisdictions and right here in our kind of backyard and around us, what they have in terms of ordinances is, and I think the thing I pointed out at the workshop is I'll point out again tonight, there's not a lot of folks that have them. So this is, you know, and we all see the news, we all see what's going on. There's a lot of places looking into this right now. So everybody's kind of reacting to data centers. And you can see on the list here, a lot of folks have them, and the ones that do have them are mostly by right, meaning that they come in and they work with staff and they just get a permit to move forward. And page 2 here, this is a little further out. You're looking at some areas like Charlotte, Salisbury, Kannapolis. We're getting a little further away from the Sanford area, but still similar, right? Not a lot of places that have them. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to try to jump into the actual ordinance itself that's in front of you, and I'm going to kind of hit the highlights as we go into this. So again, what we're doing here is we're adding a definition for data centers, and in that whole section there, we're looking at kind of a glossary, if you will. One of the things you typically do when you're adding into a new ordinance is you want to have some terms that may not be familiar with the whole rest of the ordinance, that you have some defined terms in there that really help clarify that section in particular, and obviously data center is what this is about, so we added a definition here for that. More so here, you can see on this particular slide, we also added some terms about noise, specifically rates of noise, which we'll talk about later in the ordinance, but again, this is kind of like a glossary or definition sections, if you will. We also added it for energy usage and water usage, and we also added hazardous materials, and then and this is where I would point out, in your copy, at the very bottom, you have a new definition in blue text. It says normal operations. I think there was a comment we received at the workshop that asked clarity on that. So that was our attempt to add clarity on that. So that's new from the workshop. So I'd point that out to you. On this one, as we move along here, this is essentially where we added some general standards. You may recall we had a lot of discussion about the 500-foot spacing from a residential existing structure. Again, I can go into detail on that if there's questions, but again, I thought we kind of covered that, and you all had a comfort level with that from the workshop. We also had talked about external equipment. We did add, you have some blue text also in your packet you should see on the ordinance there. There was some question about making that clearer, exactly what that meant, because putting in housing, sometimes it's not always the best way to do sound attenuating, so we tried to be more flexible so we could work with the professional, the sound professional. It wouldn't just be housed, it would be whatever the most appropriate sound attenuating technology would be used there. But otherwise, that's similar, everything is the same as what we presented at the workshop. We talked about buffering, we talked about principal structure setbacks and the difference between that versus the 500-foot on the spacing with the residential. We talked about the photometric plan, which is essentially a lighting plan. The idea there is staff would be able to work with whoever is proposing this. And the idea is that your light is captured on the property and you're not getting light pollution or nuisance off-site. And the way that's best demonstrated is with a photometric plan. In terms of restrictions, there's also a section in there on when generators can be used, like for testing or emergencies and that kind of thing. So they're not running generators as a primary source of power. The next section, basically it continues with the general standards. These are more typical of what you find in a zoning ordinance. We talked about at our workshop the minimum front setback. We talked about height. We talked about the parking. These are all very common things, except that I would point out that the setbacks here are enhanced. So remember we talked about that, how we're asking for a 100-foot setback, whereas traditional industrial is much less than that. It's around 20 to 50, depending on what type of commercial or industrial area it is. We are requiring an exterior material similar to what we require along our corridors that we talked about, so you wouldn't have kind of just a plain ugly metal building out there. It would be some no prefab metal or vinyl siding would be required to be constructed. As you can see there, the materials listed. And we do ask for a master plan. So again, the idea there is we're trying to work with the development community and kind of get an idea of, okay, if you're putting one building up, let's see how you're doing the whole thing, because not only does that work for planning staff, it works better for utilities, for connections, for transportation, and all those things. So master planning is put in there with the idea that we could work with them to get a vision of how they would do the whole site. Moving on, supplemental standards. This specifically is sections, again, where we talk, again, building on the setbacks. You had a chart, if you recall, we talked about in depth at the matrix there that you see on the left that's in your ordinance there, and it gives basically different sections. You've got a setback, you've got a buffer, and the buffer, if you recall, is 150 feet in this, whereas typically it's like a 50-foot buffer, so it's like triple what would normally be required. And then you also have like the landscaping, the points that you have, whether it's trees or shrubs, and that's a very common thing. That's, all the things that you see here are already in our ordinance. They're just enhanced to a certain degree with data centers. So we're not adding any new tools or resources that we don't normally apply. We're just kind of increasing the threshold for a data center. As far as, I think that kind of covers that. I'll just move on. I didn't think I hit everything there important because, again, it's all stuff that we normally require. It's just enhanced. Okay, so now this is something that's basically new that is specific to data centers. What we're talking about here, and again, we talked about this kind of in depth at the workshop, but we are requiring basically a third-party acoustical engineer that would be required to submit a sound, basically what I would call like a baseline of noise, a sound study, if you will, that basically a report that determines what that threshold is at the time the data center would want to be created. And so you can see in the third bullet there on the right, the idea would be the max that would be either 65 dBA or the baseline of what the noise is there. And of course, the idea there is if for whatever reason the sound is already above 65 dBA, that's what the sound would be at the time the study is done. There is a complaint-based section here that would be like 2 times per year, essentially. We would be able to go, if we get a complaint, we can hire our own third-party engineer to go out there and do a study to kind of make sure that they're in compliance. So it would be driven by the local by the county, by the local government here, not by the developer or the operator. The one thing, this is where I'd point out to you, there is a substantive change that we're asking you to consider, and this is based on internal conversations with planning staff and the legal. The $10,000 civil penalty, it was raised, there was a question, there was a conversation at the city council workshop about that, and that prompted internal discussion. And what we're asking you is to consider removing the $10,000 and simply going back to the default of the civil penalty, which is $100 per day. So just wanted to make that clear. That's what the recommendation, I think it stems from concern about legal application in terms of what you would be applying to data centers versus other businesses. And I'll pause there for questions because I think between myself and Whitney, we could help if there are questions about that.
Questions for Marshall regarding this issue regarding noise? Commissioner Sharp?
Well, not Commissioner Sharp.
Okay, I keep forgetting. I'm sorry,
okay.
Commissioner Sharp.
He can't just-
You're recused. I'm sorry. Commissioner Reeves.
I'll speak for him. I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Vorbeck.
I guess one of my questions would be, where did the $10,000 come from initially?
Yeah, so it was a figure that when we originally approached the Joint Planning Commission, we had the $100 a day, and they felt like at that time it wasn't enough because of the nature of the business. And so honestly, staff just put our heads together and we came up with a number of around 10,000. We felt like that was a high enough number that might get their attention. But I think what's happened since then when we started researching it, no other jurisdiction to our knowledge has anything above what they normally do. And I think that's the concern is we would be putting ourselves out there and having a fee that's much higher for this particular use than other uses. And like I said, when we started going back and looking at some of the other places we looked at when we were creating these ordinances, nobody else had anything like that we could find. And so after conferring with the legal team, they were like, yeah, that's probably something we need to kind of revisit that, bring that back to the board.
Okay. And then, so the change, though, has not been talked about with the Joint Planning Commission or anything?
No, ma'am.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
this was after, yeah. No,
Okay.
that's correct.
What is the amount of days? Like, what's the,
So
it's
typically-
$100 per day for how
Sure.
long?
So I will give you my experience of what we typically do. Normally, it's $100 per day, right? Normally, well, let me back up. Normally, we'll do a kind of a, we contact them, let them know there's a violation, and we give them a little bit of a grace period, sometimes about 10 days, to them to come in and try to work with us and get that resolved. At that point, we also send them a letter, though, and say, at the end of this 10 days, you will be accumulating a fine of $10 or $100 per day. And normally what happens, it gets to about 30 days, and we'll contact the county attorney, and then they have the option then to go to try to collect that and do what they can. And there's also other remedies, right? You could put a stop, I call it a stop work order, but there's remedies that you could get through the courts, depending on the situation of what's
And
going on.
those would all still apply?
That would all still
Here,
apply.
that
Yeah,
would-
those
that
tools
would-
are all there. The only difference we were considering or recommending was the $10,000 versus $100, but everything else would still apply. And you would still have the opportunity to, if you get a complaint from a citizen or a neighbor, we're still keeping the 2 complaints, so we would have the third party of our choosing sound team or acoustical engineer to be able to go out and investigate, and if it's a violation, that's where this would kick in.
Okay. So with the 10,000, would this still we give them the 30 days before the 10,000 would even be due, or whatever the amount is, it still kind of runs, if it stayed as it is right now written, would that, you said 30-day grace period, and they come
Yes.
in and work with you before hitting that $10,000, correct?
Right, well, right. So in practice, what I would see happening is we'd give a grace period, and then at the end of that, if there was a determination at some point they didn't comply, we would confer with the legal, and we hit them with the $10,000 fee, the
Okay.
penalty.
And so the idea with, and I'm trying to not, if Whitney needs to correct me, and I'm not going to speak, I'm summarizing what both of you have said, is if the 10,000, so say this happens, we find a data center given in these things, the $10,000 civil penalty, but say X number or X company that's currently not a data center operating, if they are in violation, they would be getting $100 per day up to $10,000. Like there is no up to, correct?
Yeah, like I said, normally the threshold traditionally has been about 30 days. You get about $3,000, and at that point, we advise the county attorney or the city attorney, right, whoever the jurisdiction is, and then we work with them, and then they determine, at what point do we get remedy. Now, keep in mind, the whole time, we're still trying to work with the property owner or whoever to try to get remedy, because at the end of the day, we really want remedy. We don't necessarily want the fine. We'd rather get it
100%.
resolved.
Yes, okay.
Right.
And the idea is, since this would be a whole new entity that would be under a different penalty, so it would almost seem, as the attorney was saying, it would kind of open a door to potential lawsuit that we would end up
Yeah,
potentially losing.
there's a legal term. I know it, but I'm going to let her say.
Yeah, so we don't treat any other entities in the UDO like this. This was a heightened penalty or fee for the data centers, and then upon further review and looking at it to avoid an arbitrary and capricious potential claim, the recommendation is to remove it and still allow for the two complaints, violation of the UDO. We can still allow for all those things that we normally would have. It's just removing that additional fee.
Okay. One more.
Sure.
The solar farms, I know, were another example of kind of differentiated rules, so to say. Do you know if they have a certain civil penalty in the amount?
No, every other land use we have just goes under the general $100 per day. The solar farms you're talking about, maybe we'll talk about, but that had more to do with the decommissioning plan and stuff like that.
Okay, all right, thank you. No more questions.
Commissioner Connect?
Thank you.
Commissioner Levick?
None, thank you.
Commissioner Martin?
This is going to be more directed toward the attorney, but can you just give us in a few sentences why you think the value here is to bring it back to?
Is to be consistent with how we treat all other land uses in the UDO currently. And like I said a minute ago, is to avoid, you have to have the penalty has to come back for a specific reason, right? And we couldn't find any other jurisdiction that had a similar type fee. And so to avoid any type of arbitrary and capricious claim, the recommendation is to remove it and treat it the same as we treat the other land uses in the UDO.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure I understand. I think Commissioner Vorbeck already asked this question, but just for clarity, that $10,000 a day fine came from the group of people just brainstorming?
Yes.
Something.
Yeah, it was
wasn't-
staff, and that's where some of the clarity was, because it wasn't clear if it was 10,000 per incident or 10,000 per day. And I think under either scenario, there was heartburn about, again, application to this versus other uses. And so that's what kind of brought this back kind of under the microscope.
Because what I hear you saying is you could have come up with 50,000 a day if you wanted to. Like there was no real, there was nothing behind that except the idea of trying to stop it from the
Yeah.
violation from happening.
The general rule, as I understand it, and I certainly would defer to Whitney correct me if I'm wrong on this, but generally when you have a fine or any kind of fee or anything like that, there has to be kind of a rational connection there.
Right.
And so you really can't make them punitive necessarily. So the idea is, why would you charge $10,000 for a data center versus another maybe similar use? Now, I know they're not apples to apples, but they're similar industrial use at $100 per day. And so I think that's the challenge there, is how do you make that connection?
Okay,
A
thank
legal
you.
test. Sure.
Question from me, Marshall, regarding railroads seem to be very loud, and airports. Do we have sound requirements on those, noise?
Other than your noise ordinances, no. We don't have any zoning rules for sound for those uses.
Okay, for railroads and airports?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, any more questions on the sound mitigation, noise mitigation? All right, move on, sir.
All right, moving on. Well, next slide. Okay, thank you. So this is just basically, it was a follow-up. If you remember the workshop, we wanted to give you kind of a standard, industry standard of at least what Yale University put out in terms of what sounds are. It's just a comparison chart. So again, it's part of your packet or part of the presentation. You can see, again, just as a reminder, we're talking 65 dBA is what we're recommending or we're asking you to consider as the threshold. You can see that's kind of a business office noise. Okay, moving on to the next major sections. This is where we talk about connection to public water and connection from power. If you recall from your workshop, all the data centers must connect to public water as their source. Groundwater, well water, or surface water is prohibited. They must connect, and I will add, this is something I think, let me get my notes here, where we added surface waters. And I think we received a comment about wastewater too, and so we added that back into your ordinance as well. So you can see there, we not only are dealing with both the public water, but your wastewater discharge as well. And so that's been added to the ordinance as part of the package update. You must connect to a regional electrical supplier, so that means that the primary energy source must be from a regional electrical supplier. It couldn't be kind of an origin source on site, whether that be fracking or some other way. It has to be from an regional electrical supplier. And then adequate capacity must be confirmed. If you recall, we talked about those letters that we would receive from both the utility companies, the water provider as well as the electrical provider. Basically, I commonly call them, or what you may hear is a will serve letter is kind of the common theme for that. But it would try to address some of these issues about capacity and making sure that we have something on file indicating that the proposed data center can be served in the appropriate manner. And I'll pause there for questions about that.
Questions, Commissioner Martin?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Lovick?
If there's not a public wastewater system in the area, do they have to pay to get connected to the closest public wastewater?
Yeah, if this were adopted, our staff's response to that was you need to find a location that you could get access to public sewer.
Okay,
Or, to your point, find it close enough that you could afford to get access.
right, but they're responsible for
Yes.
hooking on and paying to be hooked
That is
on.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Connect?
Thank you.
Commissioner Lovick, or excuse me, Vorbeck?
No, sir.
Commissioner Reeves? All right, thank you. Continue.
Okay, this last section, you may recall, is we had some language in there about what happens if a data center were to be abandoned or decommissioned. We essentially have language in there that talks about if it ceases for 12 months, all hazardous material will be removed. We also heard you at your workshop, and we added some language there that also says that they have to do it within 12 months. So I think the concern was we were asking them to remove it, but we're letting them sit there for 10 years before it's removed. So again, we put a time window on there for 12 months that they have to remove it. Questions about that? And then the last part of that, we also, so when an application is submitted, remember I talked about early on, the applicant has to provide a sound study that shows their compliance and those kind of things. The other thing that we would want to retain control of is when our staff receives that, none of our staff are obviously acoustical engineers or have any ability to review that. So one of the things we're also asking for is that we would have a third-party acoustical engineer, sound engineer on retainer, that report that's submitted by the data center and their consultant would then be sent to our consultant who would review that for accuracy and make sure that there's, it's a legitimate report, for lack of a better description. And the best example I can give you that we've done that with other land uses in our area, we do that with our cell towers for years. So when a cell tower shows up in Lee County and they want to put up a new one, they submit what I used to call the beehive plans, hexagon plans, where they show like where they're going to locate and how they fit into the communication patterns within your area. We would always send that report down to a group that we have as a consultant. We've retained them for 15 years or more. And they pay, for example, a flat fee of $4,000 for that, to get that report reviewed. And similar, this would work the exact same way. So that report would be submitted to us. We turn around and send that to a third-party engineer of our choosing, and they just review it for accuracy. Pause there, Mr. Chairman, if there's questions.
Questions? Commissioner Reeves?
No.
Commissioner Vorbeck?
On the section of the decommissioning and abandonment, did anyone ever talk, like, I guess on the planning commission, talk about making that less than 12 months, say 6 months?
No, because again, we made this change kind of after our workshop, so we didn't get the chance to take it back. I think what I did is I tried to talk to like folks who are more familiar with what it's like to shut down an industrial area, and they said 12 months was reasonable, just trying to line up if you had to, especially if hazardous materials and you're trying to line up a contractor to help
Okay.
you with that kind of stuff.
And then, again, I know I discussed with you at our last meeting about the bond language and what would that look like? So I guess, what is the guarantee at 12 months that they'll remove their equipment with
Well-
how it's currently worded?
Yeah, I mean, it would go back to the violations again, but I mean, to your point, it gets into tricky if, you know, it would just be a certain amount. I mean, the county, I'd have to work with the county attorney, and we'd have to go after them
Yeah.
for, you know, not being responsive and not doing those things.
And then, was there any type of discussion on, for the bond language, you know, even just a little bit of skin in the game on what that looks like with, and if it could be like decremental over time, like front-loaded and then it taper off, or, you know?
No, we had originally put in some bond language that we had with our Joint Planning Commission, but I think it got so tedious and so cumbersome that it was felt like that, I think at the end of the day, they were more comfortable with just having something in there, more generic language like this, versus getting into something more complicated.
Well, but, and I guess this next comment's not necessarily directed at you, it's something of this magnitude coming into the county would be a detriment if it wasn't handled correctly at the end, too. So I think that's asking.
I would add this too, and I'm sorry to.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
When we talked about what examples we had of decommissioning, they were solar panels and cell towers. And I think part of the rationalization when they were discussing it was, yes, a data center is a little bit unique in what it's doing inside, but you do have a building, more of a traditional structure that could be repurposed for something else other than like a cell tower or a solar farm. What are you going to do with that when it's not being used as that? So I think that was a little bit of what they were thinking about.
Okay.
It's, you know, again, it's you take the, and I use the term racks, I'm not right what the exact thing is, but you would still have a shell structure that could be repurposed for some other industrial use.
Okay.
So I think that was part of their thinking.
Okay, and then I have just a question on, and I know it's not necessarily in this one, but it was table 552-1, it was talking about the landscaping requirements. What class would the data centers be in? Sorry.
So, and you'll forgive me because I don't know that I remember off the top of my head, but I think the data center, the way that typically works is, and I'm going to step up here because my eyes aren't as
Yes.
good as they used to be. So in looking at this, what it is and the way we dictate that is it's the actual uses beside it. So if you are a data center and you have got a residential subdivision or a house or a multifamily behind you, you're going to go into that first one. Right?
Okay.
So all those things.
Okay.
So the opposite of that is if you're industrial, you go to that class 5 at the very bottom. So if you're a data center and you're surrounded by all industrial uses, you're going to go with that least amount of impact. Because again, the policy we think is you don't necessarily care about industrial against a data center versus residential. Right? And then you got different levels in between that if it's commercial or general commercial, things like that, where you might have retail against industrial. It's less of an impact. Right? The one you want the most standard is probably when you're up against single family, right?
Okay.
Multi-family people living. So
Okay.
that's the way
That's, okay.
Same thing with the landscaping, with the buffer.
Yes, okay. I just, I was trying to figure out how they fit in, but now I'm understanding you on it's what's touching the border of.
Right.
Okay.
Commissioner Vorbeck?
Yes.
Could we have that repeated just from the microphone, just so that everybody can hear that response to your question?
Yeah, so if you're looking at that matrix in your ordinance or on the screen there, the way that's set up is the data center it depends on what the adjoining use is and the way you read that. So if you go to that very left column and you see I think it's like a class 1 all the way to a class 5. If you've got data center and then you've got X use here, and if that X use is residential multifamily, it's going to fall in that class 1. So all those buffers and setbacks and planting standards are going to be much higher because that's probably the most impactful land use. Whereas if you look at that chart, you see how it gets down in scale as you go down, because again, industrial up against the data center, you're not going to have as much standards. So it's a graded system, a graduated system to where the most impactful, or the most restrictive, I should say, is going to be up against residential and multifamily.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? Questions?
That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Reeves?
You started with him.
Oh, I started.
You're good.
I lost it. You had so many questions. You got me lost. I apologize. Commissioner Connect.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lovick.
Is there some form of communication in ceasing business to let us know the 12-month period for decommissioning and getting rid of hazardous materials?
It would have to be. I mean, I can't tell you exactly. I've never had to deal with that, but it
Is
would be.
it voluntarily? I mean,
It would,
they
some be
say-
voluntarily, and obviously to some degree, it would have to be, there's signs, right? I mean, we would be working through a variety of sources. I'm sure we work closely with Saga, for example, and if all of a sudden that building became vacant, there'd be a lot of things resources we could check and look into
Or,
that.
for example, water. pipe.
Right, water usage, electrical usage, yeah, I think it would be, now, does that mean they couldn't get by with it for a few months? Possibly, but I mean, again, we would know what was going on with it.
Okay. Yeah, I just want,
Sure,
Some type.
it's fair.
thank you.
Commissioner Martin.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Continue, sir.
All right, wrapping it up here. This is really, all this is, if you recall, is we tried to put a kind of a flow chart, if you will, and not only a flow chart, but kind of a very specific description as to what would be required if somebody were looking at Lee County for a data center. And the only thing I would point out to you there, nothing's changed from your workshop except that we did add wastewater because again, that was not part of your original. So again, we took your feedback and so if you look at number 2 under the matrix looking section there at the bottom, completion of required noise study, completion of water, wastewater, and electrical confirmation notices. So we've added that in there and updated. Everything else was the same as to what we presented to you at your workshop. And then lastly, this is what your ordinance would look like if somebody was looking through it. It updates Article 4, which is where all of the land uses are identified, and you can see we're proposing it in light industrial and heavy industrial, so you're limited to those 2 zoning districts. And the P means permitted by right, which means staff level approval, and then the /D means with development standards, and that's exactly what we're talking to you about tonight, so if these get adopted. And then on the right is just simply adding in the parking standards that were talked about earlier. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I had, unless you have further questions for me.
Any further questions regarding those last segments? Commissioner Martin?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Lovick?
None, thank you for your.
Commissioner Connect?
presentation.
Commissioner Vorbeck?
Yes, sir. So wastewater, on that one, is that, do we have any other UDOs that require a wastewater evaluation done? Or any type of,
Not specifically.
Okay.
No, normally, the way we would handle that is we have our technical review committee, which I'm sure you all have probably heard us talk about, and we have representatives there from that, but this would specifically ask for the information about the wastewater as part of that approval.
and would that be something that they have to hire a third party, or could they just draw a map and say the water will run this way?
I'll answer that in 2 ways. Yes, they'll have to hire a third-party civil engineer to help them design their project, but getting the letter would just be their civil engineers working with like the Tri-River staff as it relates to water and wastewater.
But would they be required, so that,
But they're going to be required to do a civil engineer to do TRC, to get their plans, to get their permits and all that. So it would be part of the normal process.
Okay, and there's standards within, like, I mean, what if we don't like the results of where the wastewater goes? Does it matter?
Well, that would be up to Tri River, right? They would have the ultimate authority to say, we will not give you a will serve letter, or you don't meet our design thresholds for whatever it might be, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So all we're requiring is just verification that they feel comfortable, at the outset for this project.
Okay.
Same thing with the electrical as well.
They being,
Tri River, the
Perfect,
water.
okay. Just wanted to
Water
make
and wastewater.
okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Reeves?
No question.
Okay, thank you, Marshall. All right, we will be calling the public hearing to order. Just some guidance. I'm going to first call 2 people forward from the list, and the first person will speak. The second person will be standing close by in order to move the process along. Also, we're not here to discuss natural gas extraction. We're not here to discuss. We're here strictly to discuss the UDO amendments, if you either support it or oppose it, or being specific in that regard of the UDO. So, without further ado, I open the public hearing for the UDO text amendment PB item 2026-0402. Addition of data center as a new land use within the permitted use matrix in Article 4 of the UDO to be addition to permitted within the light industrial and heavy industrial zoning districts. First person on the list here is Kirk Bradley, followed by Kristen Herman. So Kirk, you may speak, sir, and Kristen, you'll be standing right next to him. Oh, and one point, no, hold fast. And if the planning board has any questions throughout, please raise your hand so I can grab your attention. Or you'll grab my attention and we'll take your question. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Kirk Bradley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My address is 603 Carthage Street, Suite 120, Sanford, North Carolina. I'm speaking tonight in support of the new ordinance regarding data center development. I am speaking in my capacity as an economic development advocate, education supporter, and private landowner. Data centers represent one of the few opportunities to generate significant tax revenue without putting additional strain on schools or roads, and instead help the county pay for them. This ensures our existing residents get to enjoy the benefits without local tax increases. That's what responsible economic development like this can do for all of us here today. As a business leader, I don't make major decisions without carefully considering the facts and creating a clear framework for moving forward. That's exactly what the county has done with these ordinances. This didn't happen overnight. This was a deliberate process involving the county, Sanford, Broadway, working together to get it right. A lot of communities in the southeast, especially our neighbors, are still figuring this out, but Lee County has already done the work. I should note that our planning team has done the work like the guidance in the state statute suggests versus using this as an excuse to delay and obfuscate. Communities that track the right kind of investment are the ones that define their expectations up front. That's exactly what this ordinance does. Clarity matters. New technologies bring a lot of uncertainty, and that means concern in the electorate. This ordinance replaces uncertainty with defined expectation. This ordinance keeps decision-making where it belongs with Lee County. This doesn't guarantee approval. It ensures only the right projects move forward. If a project requires infrastructure, the project plans for it and pays for it. That's how responsible development works. In closing, I'd like to quote President Adams when he was defending the British soldiers accused of the Boston Massacre. Facts are stubborn things. I applaud our public staff for using a fact-based approach and seeking model ordinances. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, do you want us to submit our written comments, or?
You may, if you wish, to the clerk. Eric Evanson, if you'll be in standby, please.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Herman. I live on Lower Moncure Road. I'm here tonight because I strongly oppose the data center. The developer wants to use fracking from Cumnock Shale.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Strictly, do you oppose or do you support the UDO?
I oppose.
Anything else other than what you wanted to start out with?
No, but I would like to speak in the next portion if you'd rather me do that.
I mean, So I think it just sort of depends on if you're talking about the data center and it may be
Yeah.
fracking with the data center, it's probably,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure what all
I've
you're
got
going
a
to
3-minute,
say.
I have time myself, I'll go
But if
quick.
it's about the standards, you could discuss those.
I have a lot of questions about the standards.
And there's no time limit.
Oh, okay, well, I was told there's 3, but that's okay. All right. They want to use fracking from Cumnock Shale Basin, which has never been used commercially in North Carolina. Fractures in the shale can connect to our underground aquifers, allowing methane and toxic chemicals to enter our water supplies. Our county relies on private wells. A large facility can discharge up to 20 to 30% of its intake as chemical-laden effluent. Over time, these chemicals cause trace amounts of copper and chromium to leach from the internal piping into the wastewater and into the aquifers that supply our homes. An honor system is not enough to protect our families from long-term bioaccumulation of these toxins. Residents will experience constant noise, light pollution, and increased health risks. Please consider this. The whole country is on uncharted ground, and we can't afford to be a test case by making a decision where there's no turning back for Lee County. Do we know how much power we need for the data center? What if the grid can't meet the demand? The Coalition to Protect Prince William County in Virginia has spent the last 4 years opposing a data center there successfully. They were able to show in 2026 that a data center on a single 100-acre site requires as much power as 144,000 homes and 3 dedicated substations. There are only 28,000 homes in Lee County right now. Do we know how many data center buildings would be built in Lee County? In Prince William, they had concerns about 37-plus data center buildings, which is equivalent to 144 Walmart supercenters. A data center requires massive power, including on-site diesel generators and new substations that put the energy grid at risk of collapse. What is the load demand? How many diesel generators will be used and running? A single large data center can consume up to 1.5 million gallons of water every day. Just for cooling, that's the same as a small town. For those of us on private wells, this is not about a bill. It's about whether our water will be there during a drought, currently like we are now. Beyond chemicals, the drift from cooling towers can deposit salts and minerals on nearby farmland, harming crops and increasing soil salinity. The primary regional transmission organization managing the power grid for most of the eastern U.S. is called PJM Interconnection, and it covers 13 states, including North Carolina. PJM has signaled that it has virtually no spare electrical supply left to meet surging demand. If the trend continues, this could force blackouts. Apex, Matthews, Tarboro, and Chatham County have already stood up and said no or issued moratoriums to protect their citizens. I urge you to follow their lead. Finally, there is a fatalistic viewpoint that we cannot deny a business from coming here. I do not believe that. You will never convince me that our founding fathers, who framed a constitutional republic that allows us the freedom to make reasonable laws, requires us to legislate a policy that brings about the self-destruction of its own citizens. Let us make our local laws so restrictive that there is no way this data center can come in as a Trojan horse and hurt our people. Thank you.
Therese Vick is on standby. Eric Evanson.
Thank you, sir. Eric Evanson, Lower Moncure Road. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank you for your prayer and your pledge. I greatly appreciate you leading the meeting like that. I attended the last meeting of the Lee County Commissioners several weeks ago, and after that meeting, I made a telephone call to the leader of the Coalition to Protect Prince William County in Virginia. Her name is Elena Schlossberg. And they have worked 4 years against the data center there that they were trying to bring, and they've been very successful. And after I talked to her, I wish every one of you could have heard what she said. I just listened for about 5 minutes. She said, "You can record what I'm saying." I said, "I don't have a recorder. I'll try and take notes." But I think it would be very wise if you as our leaders would at least be able to listen to what they have learned in that 4-year period of time. It would be just very wise if you could do that. And that's why I think a moratorium would be very helpful. One of the things that
Sir, we're still, do you support the UDO?
I
or do you
oppose it, Your Honor.
Okay,
I
sir.
oppose it. These are just some general ideas on why I oppose it, and I'll be brief.
Okay.
But essentially, we are in uncharted waters all over the country. And what we're talking about now is the power grid. And there is a power grid that's all connected along the East Coast. And right now, they have found that we're at capacity because of these data centers. And so what's happening is that we are now seeing increased electricity bills. They're going to happen. NC State's done a study. Everybody in this county is going to see an increase in electricity bills. I would just say this. The Joint Planning Commission, I believe, did their best. They did a good faith job. But I think things are changing so fast that even they can't keep up with it. And there's just so much question that we're all flying blind. But when I hear the Joint Commission statement, I almost feel like we're looking at the forest and we can't see the forest for the trees. And frankly, I think this is going to be the single most destructive thing that ever happens in Lee County. If I'm the only person that says that, I'm going to say that. Because once you let this in, there's no stopping it. Do you think that anybody that lives within 500 feet of this facility is going to be satisfied with that? I don't think anybody's going to want to live within miles of it. And if they're living there now, they're not going to be able to sell their home. And do you think that this Deep River Data Company is really worried about $100 a day? I mean, let's just use our head a minute. They're not even worried about $10,000 a day. That's only $36,000 a year. I mean, I live in Realville, folks. And these people, these New York investors associated with that, they don't care about that money. What's behind this is Google and some of these other big corporations. This is a lot of money. And frankly, let me just tell you this. They don't live here. And they really don't care what happens to us. That's the truth. Because they don't live here. They're just going to make money. And this is not a political issue. Actually, Republicans and Democrats are united on this. Nobody really wants this. And I dare say nobody really wants AI. And so I think even the governor of North Carolina is now asking a state task force to significantly limit data centers because of the massive energy consumption. I would just argue to you that we just really need to be careful about this. Let's give ourselves a year. Let's see what happens. Because, you know, it's a quality of life issue. And I'm going to say this too. I've all my life been a small business, free enterprise person. You're not going to find anybody that's more free enterprise than me. I go all the way back to Ludwig von Mises and John Locke. But as I've gotten older, I'm thinking, you know, sometimes I used to think the Chamber of Commerce was pretty wise about stuff because they wanted to promote business. But now I'm starting to wonder about this. These corporations, they come in all for a buck, and they don't really care about quality of life and, you know, maybe some trees and some chickens in the yard and going to church and small business. It's all about a buck. And let's just come in and buy the neighborhoods up and build box homes. And I'm at the point now where I'm just kind of turning on this. And this is all part of that development scheme. And I just don't want to see Lee County like that. I love Lee County. And I believe every one of you agree with me. That's why you're there. You love this county too. And so before we let these people from out of town come in here and say, well, it's great for progress. By the way, do you think they're going to create any jobs? Do you know what the studies show? There might be 25 jobs once those construction workers leave. And you talk about taxes. The governor is saying we shouldn't have given them a tax break to bring these data centers in now. He's even changing his mind. So thank you for letting me speak. I hope you just give it some time. Let's look at this before we rush into it, before we fly blind. Maybe bring some people from Prince William County down here instead of Loudoun County. Let's hear what some of these other people are saying.
Therese Vick was supposed to be stand by Mr. Chapman, please, followed by Keely Purge.
I don't think Ms. Vick heard you.
I'm sorry, hold on. Is Therese Vick here? Is Therese Vick here, yes or no? Yes, ma'am. You need to be up here and stand by. You're next. And then Mr. Mann, you're following her.
Good evening. I am Therese Vick, and I work with the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, and was invited here by our members and
Your
friends.
address, please.
Sorry, 623 East Horn Street in Clayton, North Carolina. I almost moved here. That's how much I like this county. I've spent a lot of time here. Mr. Smith, I thought I heard something interesting when you talked about how important farmland was. And these things from this, I've been studying it for a couple of years. These things are like cockroaches. You see one, there might be 100 behind it, and you can just kind of look around and see that. And one of the things, and I do oppose the UDO in its current form. It's been a long time. Nice to be back in Lee County. But it's just, the whole AI situation is frightening, and even some of the creators have expressed concerns. And as far as the Deep River data, there is a company that's very interested in opening that Butler number 3 well and utilizing the gas. And I know nobody wants to talk about the fracking, but that's one thing that I hope you consider, because if that happens, that's what you're going to have. And you don't have any landowner protections. You don't have any surface agreements required. So I think it's something that's integral to this whole situation. All right, I'm going to get into my comments here. One thing I would make a suggestion is that you look into the compliance history of any of these companies that come in. Have somebody take a look at the, at what, if they've been somewhere else, what they've said, what they've acted, how they've done in the community. That's something that I always look at when I hear about a company. And another thing I thought about was there are no requirements for a decommissioning bond. These places pop up and make a mess, and they leave. And they leave a mess. And I hope that you all will consider exploring a decommissioning bond. Let's see what else. Oh, and the fines. $10,000 a day is the cost of doing business for some of these big tech companies. And to drop it down to 100 just because everybody else only has to pay $100 a day if there's a problem, I think that's a little bit short-sighted, because this is a new industry all across the country. And these new AI data centers are a whole different animal. For instance, I noticed that it was crypto mining. Hang on, let me open my. Included as a definition. That is one of the dirtiest, most energy consuming part of this whole situation that there is. And if you're going, and there also, I'm gonna have to do a little looking. I was out here looking. North Carolina has a $250,000 fine for damage to infrastructure, like power infrastructure. Now, when I get back to my little house, I will look it up and find the statute, and I'll send it to you. So there are fines, and big ones. And there are other fines and other ordinances that are being developed across the state. I'm going to do some looking into that too. Let's see. And one of the things that, and if you have fracking in a data center, to power a data center, that's a toxic synergy there. You're creating all kinds of problems, all kinds of complications. And long story short, I know people laugh at me when I say this, but these tech companies are real excited to use small modular reactors. They can have them on site. to power these facilities. And a lot of the safety, the regulations and so on have been relaxed on those things. And you can just type in AI or data centers and small modular reactors. You will see they're all excited about it. Let's see. Well, the other thing I wanted to talk about, I mentioned I sent you my comments, and I'm going to post them when you need them, where you can get them. It's been a while since I've done this, y'all. But what you're talking about is a very low job creation. And you're going to be subjecting your residents to noise. You're going to be subjecting society to more AI, which causes young children to self-harm. And I hope that you will consider carefully going forward with this and do a little more looking. Like the gentleman said, ask the folks from, can't remember the county, up there to come and speak to you. And I can talk, I'm working in 5 North Carolina counties on this right now. But the last thing I'm going to leave you with, because I could talk up here for an hour. I don't know if anybody saw Jurassic Park ever. And I have remembered this quote ever since I saw it the first time. In Jurassic Park, the character of Dr. Ian Malcolm was played by Jeff Goldblum. He was a scientist. He warned, your scientists were so preoccupied with proving that they could, that they didn't stop to think if they should. And that's exactly what you have going on right now. I mean, the CEO of Anthropic is warning against everything, even though he's making lots of money from that system. But I hope that you will, again, consider a moratorium to look at because the company, as far as I know, is still interested in fracking or at least opening that well in Lee County. I'll check again this week. I hope that you will consider a moratorium on data centers and do a little more in-depth looking, possibly add compliance histories, because these companies, they pop up and they go away. And then they leave a mess, like I said. And also consider adding a decommissioning bond, because I think there's some solar facilities that they've put those things on. And lastly, let me see here. I think everybody else covered that. But anyway, lastly, like I said, I almost moved here. And I sent y'all a video the other day, and when I would come here for meetings, which was a lot of times, and I attended almost every single Mining and Energy Commission meeting. I know some of the folks. But I would go down to the Deep River Bridge and just kind of chill out, because I was always nervous, just like I am now. It's been a lot of years since I've spoken, and hopefully next time I'll be a little more coherent. But it's nice to see some faces I recognize, and nice to meet some new folks. And I hope to come back and see y'all again. I'll be here till Wednesday. So I appreciate it. I love the people here. I've had some of the best friends of my whole life that I made here, and glad to be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Keely Purge, you'll need to be in standby. Mr. Mann is next.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm speaking in support of the UDO standards. If you look at American history, every major leap forward has followed by the same pattern. We invest heavily in a new technology, and over time it reshapes the entire country and the entire economy. We saw it with railroads. We saw it with the invention of the automobile. We saw it with electrification of America, and recently with the internet. And now we're seeing it again with artificial intelligence. It's amazing what perspective can do. What I feel is happening, first, our community is well prepared for these opportunities, and what we have is an opportunity. And these moments don't come around often, and when they do, The upside goes to the people in the counties that are prepared for it and lean into it. AI is shaping up to be that kind of a moment, and what I feel is happening with all the controversy is akin to the controversy that was not much different than the way the public felt about the railroads coming through, the introduction of the automobile, the electrification of America and the advent of the internet. They had many naysayers and lots of opposition at the time. And with this incredible, and really people were opposed to that change even in the face of hardships. With this incredible investment in relation to GDP, it's here and it's coming. We've worked hard as a community to put these protections and standards in. We've built our infrastructure to receive these kind of opportunities and protect our community, my community, your community. The unanimously approved standards from the Joint Planning Commission that you're going to take action on later tonight has all the protections far and above in it to safeguard from all the worries and concerns, whether they're real or imagined. These standards prevent and protect our community, our home, our hometown from any of the negatives that have been brought forth, real or perceived. These standards are tailor-made for our community. There will be no way around them if passed. I hope that you will approve them for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Keely Purge, followed by Andrew Waltzer.
Good evening. Keely Porridge, 363 Angel Road, Sanford. I've been coming here since October. I oppose the UDO. I appreciate the hard work Thomas and his group did, and they are a good start of rules. But they are draft rules, and I was at the City Council Working Commission meeting, and they had a lot of great questions, and they are very engaged, more engaged than I've ever seen this commissioner group ever be in. The data rules haven't been updated since the City Council meeting on Monday. They were very concerned with many things, especially the 500 feet, linear feet, to an existing residential zoned house, including a 150-foot buffer. I would expect that's from this building to maybe less than the high school to live next to. And so that questioned, has there been long-term acoustic studies done? And I don't know if that was ever answered for them. They also had a concern with the civil penalties, and they agreed with the $10,000, but now it's been lowered, and it is the cost of doing business. Well, to come to here to Lee County, maybe the cost of business should be higher, and I'm sure we can probably find some law that has changed because of the ongoing changes to data centers. The concern by the mayor, which I really appreciated, was the e-waste pre-treatment program. Was there a plan? And how are we expecting those toxic materials coming from e-waste? I don't think that was ever really addressed in the UDO. One of the suggestions was acoustic barrier walls. Would that be something that data centers should be responsible for? The data center water is a regional issue. Why are you in a rush when communities around us have hit the pause button? I do appreciate the towns that have been listed, but some of them that weren't listed was the Chatham County, was Apex, was Fayetteville, Gates County, Canton, that these have all been placed a moratorium in. As well as Apex, Boone, and Orange are all considering moratoriums. But I want to know where this $5 billion data center that Mr. Smith texted out, do we have one in the works? And that was a concern of one of the city council. who is coming into our county. I would like a live document because there are global standards that are changing constantly. And the quality of life issue was fantastic, and I appreciate you calling that out. So I also agree to put a pause and do not approve this UDO.
Thank you, ma'am. Josh Casarino, you're on standby. Mr. Waltzer, I do need your address, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Andrew Waltzer. My address is, 105 Hudson Avenue in Cohoes, New York.
Excuse me?
105 Hudson Avenue in Cohoes, New York.
Spell Cohoes, please.
Cohoes.
And that's in upstate New York or up the river?
Upstate New York. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. A little bit about myself. I am a registered professional engineer in the discipline of mechanical engineering, and I've spent my career in the design and analysis of data centers, specifically focusing on the mechanical cooling system. And upon review of the ordinance here, I am in support of the language that is within it, especially from the perspective of water, which is my field of expertise. There are, I will say, some real concerns that the community brings. They are very valid concerns, right? When we're talking about excess water use, when we're talking about harmful discharge into wastewater systems. However, I do feel as though modern engineering best practices have evolved to address and alleviate these concerns. And this ordinance as well gives the opportunity for the county to control the control to ensure from the perspective of water that data centers in this county follow efficient, responsible, and low impact practices. Right, when we're talking about excess water use, when we're talking about harmful wastewater, a lot of these topics are associated with evaporative cooling, right? The use of cooling towers, which was mentioned here today. That's real. However, when we're looking at modern data centers, the typical standard that we design around nowadays, those are closed-loop, non-evaporative, air-cooled systems, right? Once they are employed, once they are operational beyond an initial fill of that system, they don't use any more water. So water usage from that municipality, it doesn't really happen beyond the typical domestic water use. As well, when you're looking at wastewater, right, these systems, right, they recycle the same water. All that heat, instead of being used in evaporative cooling to cool the system, all that heat is discharged to atmosphere. So the same water is consistently being used, so you're not building up any harmful contaminants that are as well not being discharged into the wastewater. So with those things being said as well, when we look at the ordinance language, I think this ordinance language supports and pushes the county to be able to employ those modern and efficient practices and gives the county control to ensure that that occurs, right? When we look at that language, that the owner must provide a written confirmation from the local water utility and provider that adequate water capacity is available to serve the system, right? When I see adequate water capacity, I read that as the ability to serve with no impact to the existing infrastructure. When you combine that with the ability to connect to municipal water services for both supply and then wastewater, right, you are controlling the start, you're approving or rejecting whatever's being provided. You're ensuring that you can check at the beginning to say, hey, is this a evaporative system? Is this an inefficient system? Or is this an efficient, up-to-date, modern data center system that does not use water in its cooling system? And then you're able to as well monitor that system over its life. There's no getting around it. You're hooked up to the public system. So I think, in my perspective, this ordinance language is well suited to protect this county and help support efficient data center design. And as well, if there's any way I can be of assistance as a professional engineer in in mechanical engineering and in data center design. I'm happy to help as I'm here tonight. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Following Mr. Waltzer is Josh Casarino and Carlton Nguyen, if you're in standby, please. And I'll need your address as well, Josh.
Absolutely, yep. My address is 12,700 Park Central Drive, Suite 600, Dallas, Texas.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I work in large-scale developments, including data centers, as an acoustical consultant. First and foremost, I'm here to answer any questions, but I am in support of the UDO, and I want to give a couple reasons why. Data center noise is one of the more predictable things to actually design to. We build 3D models. All the equipment used is thoroughly tested by American standards. We can put all of this sound data into our models. We can project this noise with pretty good accuracy, frankly. I've been on the design side, I've been on the enforcement side, I've been on the post-construction verification, really been through all of it and seen a lot of these projections come to fruition. We have many tools, in terms of mitigating data center noise. Barriers have come up tonight, positioning of buildings, the type of technology used, enclosures. There's all sorts of things you can do to control the noise within data centers. This predictability and all of these different mitigation tools, in addition to having a very clear ordinance, is what yields a successful result for many of these different counties bringing in data centers. Some of the things I like about the UDO and the draft language, actually, are that they're specific to data centers and they're not too general. There's a lot, I've worked all over the nation, and there's a lot of codes that are a little too vague and they try to apply them to data centers. What's proposed here is very specific and really hits the nail on the head. For example, targeting generator testing as one thing that needs to happen during the day at a specific time. This is something that's in the ordinance and generally drives a lot of the noise levels from what we've seen. Typical operation can be substantially quieter than the generator testing. Another thing that a lot of other ordinances miss that this proposed language addresses is clear enforcement protocol. So you give a noise level, but you don't tell anybody how to measure it. That is in this language, which is good and very valuable. And as a third-party acoustical consultant that could be hired, I would go there and I'd follow the rules and I'd give you the report. It's very, very easy to do. Lastly, you have a quantitative limit. This is something that, believe it or not, a lot of codes fail to address. But you set a line in the sand and you say you can't be louder than this. So that to me is great. Lastly, I want to make sure, I bring a lot of expertise in acoustics. I'm sure there might be questions. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them, and I want to make sure you have the opportunity. If not, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Questions for the acoustics engineer?
Yeah, I have a question.
Commissioner Martin?
I'm curious as to how you're here. How did you, why are you here? How did you know?
I'm here on behalf of Saga.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's a good thing to know, and it would be best if you introduced yourself in that way.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Lovick, question?
I have no questions. Thank you, though.
Commissioner Connect?
Thank you.
Commissioner Vorbeck?
No, sir.
Commissioner Reeves? Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Carlton Nguyen, will be followed by Laura Block. Carlton, I do need your address as well, sir.
Yes, sir. It's going to be 10150 Highland Manor Drive, Tampa, Florida. I am here in support of the UDO. And on behalf of Commissioner Martin, I will say I'm here also on behalf of Saga. Commissioners and all in attendance, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Carl DeWin. I am a professional engineer. I work to evaluate environmental and regulatory considerations for development projects of various sizes, including data centers, to translate those findings into clear guidance for decision makers and regulatory agencies. I want to briefly address some of the environmental questions that often come up with data center projects, including some of those mentioned tonight, and provide some clarity based on current technology, regulatory requirements, and industry practices that I've seen from my experience of working in data centers in North Carolina for over 5.5 years. Typical environmental topics surrounding data center development, as mentioned, include air emissions, groundwater withdrawal, stormwater management, hazardous waste management, and land use impacts. I understand that the proposed ordinances, along with the current zoning regulations, as well as state and federal agencies address these topics. Prudent data center development involves identifying applicable elements on a project-by-project basis, implementing avoidance strategies when possible, engineering solutions to those that cannot be avoided, and ensuring that environmental considerations are integrated through all phases of the project, including planning, permitting, construction, and operation. Establishing regulations ensures all future developers must abide by the ordinances developed and maintains them in the open, transparent atmosphere and process. It's been highlighted by a few different folks that waste management and environmental liability concerns are of top of mind. While data centers have varying design approaches to reach their operational objectives, typical wastes include batteries, oils, fuels, and I know e-waste was mentioned by someone previously. These are all common industrial waste streams with regulatory requirements to ensure proper management and disposal. The volume generated by a modern data center is far less than typical industrial activities. Additionally, it has been noted that there are concerns over potential environmental liabilities of a data center to abandon a project in the future. Contrary to harsher manufacturing and industrial activities that result in routine daily generation of hazardous waste and byproducts, thinking paper mills, textile industries and the like, or require handling and permanent storage of waste materials, thinking landfills, impoundments, mining operations, data centers do not require extensive environmental cleanup at the conclusion of a project. Or say if a company were to go bankrupt and leave town in the middle of the night. It's quite likely that a competitor or multiple parties would salivate over the opportunity to pick right up with a pre-built solution versus, say, a mine with no resources to further extract or a landfill with no further waste storage capacity. These sit and become problematic for the community. Whereas a functioning data center illustrates proof of concept to other operators and could even be pivoted to suit other industries, as previously mentioned. Think warehouses, fire station, police station, vehicle maintenance facilities, even a basketball gym. All data centers come in different shapes and sizes. Land development projects, whether residential, commercial, or industrial, span many environmental areas. The construction of a data center is largely no different than any form of development. These projects require appropriate due diligence and strategic planning to ensure considerations of the resulting outcomes for all stakeholders. Requiring the delivery of high quality, technically sound environmental solutions through the development process and subsequent enforcement of regulations ensures informed decision making early on in the process, as well as successful outcomes into the future. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding data center development here in Lee County. I hope everyone has a good evening. And if anyone has a question, feel free to fire my way.
Questions for Mr. Wynn? Commissioner Reeves? Commissioner Vorbeck? Commissioner Connect? Commissioner Levick?
What is the proposed life of a data center? What's in other places they've been? What's usually the average lifespan of?
The average lifespan of a data center?
Yes.
I think that's all dependent on the business plan of the entity that's operating it. I would venture a guess it would be similar to any other industrial development. I would assume that's 50 plus years. I assume the dollar value implemented and put into planning, put into construction, and operation has to have an ROI on it.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Martin?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Laura Block, followed by Irene Shirley.
Hello, Laura Block, 1147 Comnock Road, Sanford. I'm not here on behalf of Saga. I am here to speak just currently in the current state that it is. I oppose the UDO. I think that there's still more work to be done. There's still kind of more clarification on how responsibility is handed over between utility companies, the data center, Lee County, potentially Sanford City. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Following Irene Shirley is Bob Finch. You're passing, Bob?
Irene Shirley, 199 Bridlewood Lane, Sanford. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for the planning board to come up with the UDO. I oppose it because I think there's loopholes. And I'm surprised to see that Saga has invited experts when Saga itself last meeting said that this proposed data center was not a good fit for Sanford. The proposed data center wants to do fracking to get some of its energy. That would be the only data center in North Carolina that's currently wants to do fracking. It is outdated. And the use of water, whatever happened to the moratorium that you voted on the last meeting that you would draft and put in place? I feel like we need to have the moratorium because currently Washington, D.C. and the North Carolina legislation are in the process of fixing the law and rules that would protect us as the regular consumer, like you and myself, to pay for the full electric and the grid improvement that a data center would require. Sanford power grid is outdated. I have had my electricity blink off and on more often with all the new houses, with all the new apartments we are building. I think we need to have this moratorium in place to give us more time that Duke Power can update the data grid that we currently even have here in town. Water usage. We are currently in a drought situation, and it's a serious drought situation. Other cities have made water restrictions so they can save their water, and here we talking about wanting to use a data center that is using millions of gallons of water. Where is it supposed to come from? Deep River doesn't have it. It's very, very low. And we selling our Deep River water already to Chatham County. Also, we're talking about tax and revenues. There's currently tax exemptions in place. So the data center would have no revenue to Sanford. A moratorium would allow that the legislation is currently reviewing those laws for those proposed impacts on tax. So let them pass it that those new businesses coming in town don't get all these tax exemptions because we sure paying taxes. And then last, the moratorium, it impacts, the data center impacts air pollution, the noise, the water, and it's sad that you want to give a data center all the water, but yet you have county residents in Lee County that do not have access to public water, nor have ever been offered. So before we rush into these decisions, and especially with Saga saying this was not a good fit, what happened to the moratorium? What happened to wait and let legislature in North Carolina and in D.C. come up with more rules? So that's why I oppose. I appreciate the hard work that the planning did for the UOD, but I think it has loopholes, and I think it can go way more. So I oppose it, and I hope you are drafting and passing a moratorium, that we have more time. I'm not opposed to a data center. I mean, it it would maybe be good. But when I'm looking at all the surrounding counties and other bigger cities giving moratoriums because they don't feel comfortable passing and allowing something like that that is changing so quickly, what happened to Lee County? Why do we need to be the first ones? Look at some places in Virginia, look at some places in Ohio that are so against and fighting these data centers. Are you planning to move that you don't have to live with your decision? I don't understand. What's the rush? So I really like to see a moratorium versus adopting these UODs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matt Clark, followed by George Gilson.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Clark, 162 Deerview in Sanford, North Carolina. I wanted to say that in its current state, I oppose the UDO, but I like the idea of the UDO. The limits that they put on there, along with the decibel limits and discharge having to go through waste management and or hooking as their primary data power for the data center being through Duke Energy, which I believe, unless they had to go through, was it Central Carolina, which is the other one, because we're near enough the border of the two restricted zones, is a good thing. So the substantive portions of the UDO are sound. I think our county and city commission, who have been putting an immense amount of work into it, having spoken to a few of them, they have been extraordinarily upfront. If this is, as it has been explained to me, if these are the best measures that we can legally hold these people accountable to, then I would support that. If that is the only thing and the only recourse we have. If we cannot be, as the lawyer has said, capricious towards and discriminatory towards these businesses, that if they are by right allowed to build, they can come in here, do as they will, and run away as they will, then unfortunately this is the best we have. And so for that reason, if this is, as the attorney did say, this is the best we can do, I support the UDO. I'd prefer it to be much harsher, but if they cannot, then we cannot. And I wish that we can look into a moratorium to have this, if this is our best, then we continue that. But the moratorium to see if it is that would be good, especially with the fact that current governor is looking at dropping the taxes on these tax exemptions. We're seeing massive corrections. RAM prices and other pieces that are part of this are now falling through. So this could all be a wild goose chase. If Christ is willing, it will be. That this data center will just disappear into the ether. The fact that SOG sent some of its experts, I'm grateful. Thank you for your information, guys. I'm grateful that we are getting the information. I would like to see more of this so that way we can make an informed decision. You don't rush out to buy a car that you see immediately. You do your research. I fear that this is the equivalent to doing that. You need to be cautious, careful, and considerate. I thank you all for your time, and I thank you all for letting me speak.
Thank you, sir. George Gilson, followed by Eddie Odom.
Yes, hi. Once again, thank you for having me. My name is George Gilson. I'm at 124 Godwin Court in Sanford. I am now also not here and prearranged by Saga, and as a resident of this community in Lee County, I am also not biased, and clearly Saga has some bias towards data centers and big business at all costs. Number one, first and foremost, you asked about the UDO. I am very concerned, and I oppose this UDO, with the caveat that you need a moratorium. Lee County needs a moratorium against data centers for a minimum of 12 months. This UDO is not protective enough, and that's plain and simple. Second of all, I'm concerned because I attended a recent commissioners meeting with a full room of people opposing adding a data center to as a permitted use, with 99.9% of the people and of residents there took a step further and even asked you for a total or a 12-month moratorium on data centers in Lee County. Why is the will of the people regarding this matter being totally ignored? we're just not being represented here. And I'll tell you from past experience, and this is very simple, I was the president of a non-for-profit organization in another community that formed solely just to fight a landfill being put on top of people in a community. And I also watch people like you get biased by big corporations like these guys who brought in clowns, and I mean traveling clowns from other communities that actually would come up to you and tell you and promise things, everything under the sun, to help you guys, to try to make you guys vote for these things, all biased by the corporation or the applicants that are looking to put that in our community. Okay? I watched it happen. Not only did I watch it happen, we beat it at the local, we beat it at the appellate, and we beat it at the Supreme Court because we got due process and you all have common sense. And I'm hoping common sense prevails here. Okay? Another thing, we talk about, being represented, and I'm hoping you all understand your role in doing what you're elected to do. There's absolutely no benefit to approving the use or permit of a data center in Lee County whatsoever. There's only severe negative ramifications. Slow down. Do the right thing. The ramifications are on our land, our water, the people, and the community. And, just like data centers, landfills are very similar. But I'm going to go back into some of the other things that concern me. Chatham County. Chatham County voted on a moratorium, a 12-month moratorium on data centers on 2/11/26. Why are they putting a moratorium on landfills, and why are you not considering it? Because you know what's going to happen, guys? What's going to happen is you're going to get all the junk that Chatham County doesn't want. It's going to come to Lee County. That's exactly what's going to happen. And if you don't put a moratorium against these things and use common sense, that's what you're going to get. And you're going to lose the beauty and lose the constituents who love this county the most. You can and should put a moratorium on data centers at minimum of 12 months here. I also heard a suggestion to remove the $10,000 civil penalty to go to $100 per day. That's ludicrous. It's just ludicrous. Data centers are a huge business, and they can afford this. $10,000 a day. That's $10,000 a day is even small money for these businesses. They're millions and billion-dollar businesses, just like landfills. They're not the common average everyday mom and pop shop that gets hurt by a $100 a day fine. Use common sense, guys. Also, it seems as though, after this is intentionally being rushed here, and I don't understand why. What's the rush? Why are you rushing to throw in a quick UDO and a quick approval? Same night discussion, same night approval. What's the rush? I don't understand it. It just seems as though this outcome is being predetermined and it's already biased. And Saga is a prime example of that. Also, understand these data centers are hundreds to thousands of acres. We're not talking about a small potential for blight and impact on your community. We're talking about a very large one. This needs to be taken very seriously. Data centers and AI right now is the next bust. What's going to happen is you're going to have hundreds to thousands of acres of property with buildings on it that are going to go vacant and that you're going to not be able to use. Why even take that step here in Lee County? There's no reason for it. I also heard a very biased chairman I attended a past a past meeting, and I heard a very biased chairman desperately struggle to get a previous data center application approved. And Saga was no help there either. Once again, making this decision seem biased and predetermined and regardless of the people's will. Once again, data centers are a bust, and they can sit here and promise you and bring all these out-of-towners in. They can promise all the things in the world, and they can promise you all these tax advantages, but they will not, and I promise you, they will not outweigh the detriments of the data center over the long term. If you love Lee County and the constituents, please vote to put a moratorium on data centers. Thank you.
Eddie Odom, followed by Emily Bowers.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, member of the Planning Board. My name's Eddie Odom. I serve as the CEO of Central Electric Membership, located here 128 Wilson Road, Sanford, North Carolina. Our cooperative provides electric service to members in 5 counties in central North Carolina, including Lee County, so we're based here in the county. I support the UDO guidelines and the ordinance, and I want to briefly address how projects like data centers, large loads, interact with our electric system, what that means for liability and cost for existing membership. Any large load customer is carefully evaluated before it's ever connected to our system and the grid. We assess system capacity, required infrastructure, long-term impacts to ensure that service remains reliable and existing members are protected. That process happens up front with Central EMC for any large loads. We don't have a data center, so I'm saying large loads, and the proposed ordinance reinforces it. By requiring verification of available utility capacity prior to any approval, the county is ensuring that no project can move forward unless the system is prepared to support it. I do want to address some common concerns that's been brought up tonight, whether projects like this will increase electric rates for local residents. From a utility standpoint, that's not how these projects are structured. Large load members, such as data centers, will be responsible for the infrastructure required to serve them fully up front. That can include substations, transmission upgrades, additional equipment, and other system improvements. Those costs are planned, evaluated, and typically funded as part of the project, not passed on to our existing membership. In addition, these types of members contribute significantly to the overall system by providing a stable, predictable demand along with a steady load factor. Loads that are 24/7, 365 days a year allows our cooperative for more efficient long-term planning and helps spread the fixed cost across a larger base. Many cases, that can stabilize the effects over time rather than increasing cost. Central Electric, we understand the question remains around electric rates, and it's important to our members. I wish we never had to do a rate adjustment, but over the past years, we have had to do that because of aging infrastructure, and I'll hit on that briefly. But for any member of Central Electric who has questions or concerns about how projects like this may impact electric service or rates, we welcome the direct engagement. I welcome the direct engagement. Our team is available to walk through those questions in detail. We'll provide clarity on how our planning process protects reliability and rate stability. We are local. We only have one office located here in Sanford. You will speak with an employee located directly at our office, not an individual located in another county or another state. From our perspective, the key to ensuring that growth is planned, coordinated, and aligned with system capacity. We don't just expand our system or substations to be doing it. Long-range forecast and planning have always been a vital part of any expansion to our system footprint. Rate adjustments, when needed, can be a lengthy process. We don't raise rates overnight. We don't raise them in a month. We have to go through a lengthy process. We conduct cost of service studies and consider the rising cost of equipment, materials, and lead times. Our last station was put into service over 10 years ago. Today, we are building a new substation to help serve our membership and prepare for system growth. As all of you know, this new substation will be to help for the expansion of the City of Sanford water plant. This new substation that we are currently building today will be 3 times the cost of what we built 10 years ago. And that's just, unfortunately, the cost of the material, the equipment, and everything else that has risen over the time. Our new substation will also help transfer loads off an existing substation in the Jonesboro area that has been in service since 1956. We've got 70 years out of that substation. We're about to the end of life on it. So we do have an aging infrastructure. We will continue to do that best case possible. But for the UDO to put the parameters and the rules in place just like we would do for any load of the same thing, again, we support that. The framework being considered here supports that goal. It ensures that infrastructure is evaluated in advance, that coordination between the county and utility providers happens early, and that projects are aligned with what the system can support. This is not an open-ended approach to development. It's a structured process that protects existing members while allowing for responsible, well-planned growth. I do appreciate the opportunity to provide input, and I do support a coordinated approach like the one reflected in these standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Emily Bowers. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Question. Question, Eddie. If you come back to the mic, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, what we do with rates, depending on what the utility, what the system is or what the load is, we develop rates for those to actually help pay for the infrastructure. We use consulting firms out of Raleigh to actually do that. So it is not the exact same rate, absolutely not. It all depends on the load itself. But we do specific rate schedules and rate adjustments for every large load and commercial use that we have.
Any other questions from the planning board? Thank you for that question. Yes, sir.
As y'all have seen earlier in the UDO, the language that I like, obviously, because I'm in the electricity business, is this has to be connected to the grid. I know of no instances of fracking that can be used for this, so no. I know small modular reactors were mentioned a little bit earlier tonight. I think the UDO protects from that. Again, the infrastructure, which is tied all the way across the country, the United States, which Duke is prevalent here in North Carolina, any system infrastructure upgrades, even has to be done on Duke's system on the transmission side, has to be paid fully up front from data centers. Data centers has been in this state for years. Maybe not very large, but they have been here. Cooperatives do not have them, but we have guidelines in place. Minimum demand, minimum billing, long-term contracts, and again, they pay for it all up front. There is no way that I can build a brand new substation and pass that along to my membership. They will have to pay for that up front if it is used specific for their campus. And any commercial load is the same way. I've been at the co-op for 27 years, and it's the same case every time, over and over. That's what our board puts in place. That's what we approve with our membership. Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the planning board for Mr. Odom? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have one question. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't ask the board.
I just want to bring it down even a level below what you're talking
Okay.
about. Can you address the impact that if, you're saying that if a data center were to come in, they would have to put up the cost of this additional station? Am I correct in hearing you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that, even if they did that, let's assume that they did that, would that have an impact on the other draws that you are using, the other stations?
No. We have stations that can backfeed to each other. Again, this is only our 8th substation in 85 years that we would even build for our system. But again, if they have come in and say, we want a dedicated substation, then absolutely, I'm going to tell them, here is a contract, this is what you're going to pay. We order no equipment, we do nothing else. As far as backfeeding capabilities, the station we're currently building now, as I said, is to alleviate some of the load off of our Jonesboro station for the City of Sanford water plant. But that also ties into a substation in Chatham County, up near the Chatham Park area. So again, we do a lot of heavy distribution backfeeding. And again, we've done that over the years, but no, that does not affect any other substations as far as that's concerned. If we want to build a substation, we have to go through studies with Duke Energy to see if the capacity is even there on the transmission line. If it's not on the transmission line, there's nothing there. There's no capacity there until Duke can do upgrades on infrastructure. And I know Duke charges that to say, hey, if this is what you want, you're going to have to pay for these large transformers, these large upgrades.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lovick, question?
No questions, but I appreciate you bringing out the point that I've heard so much over the process of the data center is about other partners that happen to foot the bill for the power bills on these larger projects. And with you pointing out that things, even though some of the equipment is aging, something that's directly for a particular consumer, that particular consumer has to pay for all the upgrades up front. So therefore, that cost is pretty much covered, it sounds like.
Correct. Our last large load that we've done in Chatham County was probably 20 years ago. That was a 10-year contract that large load helped pay for the substation improvements back then. And again, that kept me from having to push any kind of subsidizing any kind of the equipment or anything else because it was for use for particular a large load. So again, having a steady load, 24/7, large load, whatever it is so beneficial for us. We're rural. We're 90% rural out into the country. And the cost of equipment is not going to stop. It's still continually going up. But again, if we go into contracts with a data center that were to come onto our system and they would agree to pay all that infrastructure upgrade, and let's say the substation costs $10 million and they will foot the bill to pay that $10 million, that's part of my rate adjustments for future stuff that is not passed along to my membership, none whatsoever. And that's guidelines that we would do. That's a co-op UDO per se, I guess is what I'm saying.
So you're getting an upfront contract for so many years from prospective large
co-ops in North Carolina are looking at 15-year contracts.
15. And that's to help cover your costs through them.
Absolutely.
And can you explain how a larger load customers, such as a data center or a large spinning mill, whatever, are they got a metering system that determines how much they used and they're billed by like that?
That is correct. They're metered just like everybody else on an individual basis. When everybody here knows when you hit cold weather, you turn thermostats up, hot weather, you turn thermostats down, whatever it takes. You have to ride that wave, and electric companies are billed on demand. So once we reach a demand in 30 days, we're locked in at that demand. So everybody here can go home tonight, you can adjust your you can adjust anything in your house to conserve electricity. Large loads, when they come in, especially if they're going to run 24/7, 365, is sort of a flat line. They are all the time having something on, whatever that equipment is that they're running, so that fills in all the gaps when everybody else decides to use a little bit less electricity, which is fine. That's just the way the system works. But having that all the time and that load onto the system helps me not subsidize anything to my membership. If anything, it stops us, it slows us down from having rate adjustments. You take a 400 home subdivision, it costs us millions to put in the underground, the transformers, and everything else for the homes. To the time for us to recoup that money, 15, 20 years it could take. Again, if I've got a large load that comes in and is willing to pay 15 years and to pay this stuff up front, that does nothing but helps my membership, totally helps my membership.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Commissioner Vorbeck.
Yes, sir. Do you currently have any high-load customers?
Have any, what?
The high-load customers, like a data center, do you have
No.
any type of?
No, we do not.
And then the co-op contracts that you mentioned, is there a requirement, correct me if I'm wrong, is there a requirement to pay at least a minimum amount, like if their usage would drop below, like after that 30-day?
Yes, the way we have structured it, and again, we don't have one, but the way we have structured it, they would pay minimum billing, 90% of whatever that bill would be.
For 15 years?
Yes,
Is
ma'am,
that- and
15
then-
years.
Question, I don't know if you can answer this.
Okay.
If they abandon the property, are they still paying that amount for the 12 months?
No, they have to put up letters of credit for the 15 years is what they actually have to do. So again, if they abandon the property, we're not hit with the demand that we are required to pay Duke Energy unless that can be shifted to another entity. The way the capacity market is today, if a data center was to bankrupt and decide, hey, they're leaving out of here, and then, okay, we think we're going to be stuck with the bill, that capacity can be sold throughout the United States, I promise you, because we need transmission, we need generation. Sharon Harris was built in 1987.
Yeah.
That is a lot of the issues with electric rates today, is it is an aging infrastructure, and if we can get companies, large loads to come in here to help pay for that infrastructure, and I not have to do that with my membership to a regular end of homeowner residential use, it's enormous for us. And again, that's why I support the UDO, because of the guidelines that are put in on the electrical side of that. That's all I can speak to on the electrical side, sir.
Okay. Okay. And I think you covered my other question. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Reeves.
I just want to make one request of you. I know how to pay my bill and plug in the coffee pot, but after that, I'm lost in electricity. When the average person starts to raise questions about their individual bill going up once a data center is online, do you have a department that takes care of responding?
Absolutely.
To that?
One thing we will do, if we have a member that calls in that was to ask about, hey, last month's bill was $200 and this month's $250. We pull meter data. If we need to pull it, we can pull it 15 minutes. We can tell you within 15 minutes when your high usage was. That goes directly to a member service rep that sits in my office here at Central Electric. If it needs to go into further detail or more of a dissect the bill situation, it moves over to our energy department. We do free energy audits for our membership. So, but one reason I mentioned a while ago about rate adjustments is if a data center or a large load comes on, we can't change rates in 30 days. So again, there may be something that made your electric bill go up. We will gladly look at that. Pick up the phone and call our office here. Come by the office. We will set up the appointments and go through that. We don't slide it under the table. Our bills are very simple. What you pay per kilowatt hour, what you use kilowatt hour, there's taxes, there's a security light if you have a security light, There's an environmental compliance fee that's on our bills that's required by the state of North Carolina through legislation, and we break it down, and we will compare and tell you what we've seen. But there is something there. There's not a line item that says new business or new data center, so we're going to slap a $50 a month fee on you. Absolutely not. But yes, sir, we do have the resources.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Odom.
Yep, thank you.
Emily Bowers, followed by Stephanie Stevens.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you so much for your time.
And Emily, I do need your address,
Yes,
please.
sir. 4421 Paradise Circle, Atlanta, Georgia. My name, as I mentioned, is Emily Bowers, and I'm here in support of the UDO and as a subject matter an expert on behalf of SAGA. My work focuses on sustainable infrastructure and community impact. I help communities evaluate complex projects like this with a clear understanding of both the risk and the opportunities. While subject matter experts here may speak from an engineering or design perspective, my focus is policy. I have spent the better part of my career working in data center policy across the country, specifically how communities can get this right. I also bring a personal perspective. I was raised in a rural community in West Georgia, much smaller than Lee County, where data centers have become a meaningful part of the local economy. So I understand both the opportunity and the importance of getting this ordinance right. I want to start by recognizing the work that has gone into this ordinance. The planning board and staff have developed a thoughtful, well-structured approach that does something very important. It keeps you all, Lee County, in control. Across the country, and increasingly across the Southeast, communities are working through the same questions that you are. How to evaluate data center development in a way that protects local resources, maintains control, and ensures responsible outcomes. What we have seen in many of those communities is what happens when that work is not done in advance. Local governments are forced into a reactive position, evaluating projects case by case, often under pressure and without a consistent framework. That leads to uncertainty, conflict, and in some cases, a real strain on infrastructure and community resources. In fact, in states like South Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia, policymakers are now working to revisit and strengthen policies after experiencing rapid, unstructured growth. That is not the situation here. Lee County has taken a different approach. You have done the work up front. This ordinance establishes clear, enforceable expectations around water use, infrastructure capacity, noise, siting, and environmental performance before any project is even considered. It places the responsibility on the applicant to demonstrate compliance, not on the county to resolve those questions after the fact. From a planning and infrastructure perspective, this is what best practice looks like. And importantly, it is still not the norm across much of this region. In many southeastern jurisdictions, data centers are still being evaluated under general industrial zoning or through project-specific negotiations without a comprehensive framework like this in place. By developing this ordinance in advance through a coordinated multi-jurisdictional process, Lee County has positioned itself ahead of where many others are today. That is not just good planning, it is disciplined governance. I also want to briefly address clarity around the use itself. There has been understandable confusion in the broader conversation, particularly where data centers have been discussed along other side of industrial activity. But it is important to evaluate this for what it is. A data center is not an extractive industry. It does not involve drilling, fracking, or interaction with underground resources. It is a building that houses digital infrastructure and its impacts. Water, sound, and energy are measurable and controllable through design and regulation. And that is exactly what this ordinance is built to manage. We've also heard a lot about AI this evening. It's important to note that AI only accounts for 10% of data center energy consumption. Data centers are responsible for daily uses like streaming services, online banking, GPS navigation, online learning, social media, telemedicine, email, video calls, and even precision farming, From both a sustainable And policy perspective, this UDO is exactly how responsible growth should be managed. You are not being asked to approve a project. You're being asked to adopt a sound, forward-looking ordinance. And this ensures just that. Any future project must meet the expectations that this community has wisely set. That is what good policy looks like. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration this evening.
So, excuse me, Emily, are you available for questions?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Commissioner Reeves? Commissioner Vorbeck?
No question.
Commissioner Connect?
Thank you.
Commissioner Lovick?
So is a data center, in a simple fellow's terms, is it just a large building holding what we used to call mainframes and hard drives and things like that? Is that just a corporate place to store that data to where companies maybe not have the rooms for them to store that stuff?
Yes, sir. I love this question. We had a master's party. We love golf at my house, and I had my family over, and my grandfather asked me this. He said, what in the world is a data center? And I told him that. It's a large building that houses racks of servers. It's as simple as that. The cooling that we talk about often comes from large fans on top of the building, but it's truly just a building. And what we need to make sure that we understand is there's many data centers already present in North Carolina, and you likely drive by them all the time and don't realize that's what it is.
But in a nutshell, it's just storing
Yes, sir.
data.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Martin? Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you all.
Stephanie Stevens, followed by Jimmy Randolph.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Stevens. I live at 618 Eagle Road, Greensboro, North Carolina. I am here to oppose the recommendation to add data centers to the UDO at this time. My position is that I am the riverkeeper of the Deep River, so I am local, and my job is to protect the Deep River and its neighbors. So I'm a non-governmental advocate for water quality. And so, you know, I have some points that I'd like to make, and I also do want to take the time to thank you all for getting some rules in place. I think, you know, moratoriums, they don't last forever. You know, and so if we have a moratorium, you know, 366, day 366, or 2 years later, or whatever the case, you know, rules will need to be in place. So I do agree that rules need to be in place. I think it's dangerous to not have them. However, I think that we have it backwards. I think that having a moratorium is where you have the time to carefully draft these rules. And so I'm going to give a couple points on why I support a moratorium to improve the existing rules. I also want to say that I am pleased with some of the water quality additions to the rules that were updated recently. For example, not pulling from surface water. I think that's critical because of the drought scenario. The Deep River is not deep. I don't know if anybody knew that, but it's not. And we have a growing economy. We have people moving here at high numbers. And of course, we know that there are plans to sell water to Pittsboro, Fuquay-Varina, and you have a water treatment plant that's expanding for that purpose. But what I want to highlight is that, you know, data centers are an infrastructure themselves for the future. And our current infrastructure cannot yet support what we're planning down the road. And I want to talk about water quality. We have a water system that is in duress, statewide, nationwide really, but particularly here in the Upper Cape Fear Basin. We have a river that is receiving pollution from upstream with industries that had similar promises like what data centers are making now. You know, and when we talk about lawsuits, you've got the city of Asheboro, you know, being sued over the pollution of 1,4-dioxin into the Deep River, which is coming into your drinking water intake here. So that city is receiving wastewater from a significant industrial user that is actually from out of the country. So, you know, the city is now being held responsible for that circumstance. And so I want to alert you to that issue because it's the same situation for Pittsboro. So Greensboro is receiving, they're polluting water, it's coming downstream. Burlington as well, there's lawsuits over that. And now Sanford is rescuing Pittsboro for their drinking water situation in the future, and also taking over their wastewater treatment plant. Our facilities are designed to treat for human waste. They are not retrofit to treat for synthetic chemicals. And data centers are not only large water consumers, but they are large producers of PFAS, which is a current pollutant and a known carcinogen in our drinking water right now. And I know that you guys have heard that before because you're on the receiving end of pollution here in Sanford because your drinking water intake is 15 miles downstream from your wastewater outfall. So you are receiving the discharge of your wastewater and taking over another polluted city's, wastewater as well. And so we're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul here. When we're thinking about, inviting a data center in here or multiple. And I think a really good point was made earlier where, progressive counties are adopting moratoriums, which leaves rural counties even more vulnerable to the targeting of these data centers because there's going to become limited places they can go. And so we are, here in Sanford planning on providing drinking water to other areas. We are planning on expanding our drinking water facility and retrofitting it to treat for synthetic chemicals, but that project will not be completed till 2029. A data center can be built in 18 months. So it makes the most sense to me to have a moratorium until you fulfill these promises to clean up the water from current industrial pollution before inviting in another polluting industry. So I just want to make that point because I think it's really important. We are living in an era where synthetic chemicals are, plaguing our waters. And we are struggling to invest to retrofit our facilities to protect public health. And I think that needs to be prioritized before inviting in another industry that has these issues and major environmental concerns. I urge you to look into Charlotte. Water rates are going up there. There's lots of data centers going in there. And we are doing interbasin transfers. So what we are putting in our water is going to other areas. So it's really a matter of responsibility. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jimmy Randolph.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Ms. Mentor, and other members of staff. My name is Jimmy Randolph. I live here in Lee County at 3405 Windmere Drive in Sanford, and I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am privileged and proud to lead the team at Saga. And I would like to take a moment and thank the folks that I invited here tonight because they are subject matter experts that I was asked by county staff and staff of this community to access so that we could get facts about the issues that we are considering. These are not clowns. These are leaders in their respective fields of study. I'm proud to know them, and I appreciate them being here tonight. At Saga, I don't have the benefit of dealing in misinformation, disinformation, falsehoods of any kind. I work on behalf of this community and everyone here each and every day to grow our local economy in a positive way that provides opportunities for our residents that live here like I have my entire life. I was just at the funeral this weekend of my mother, who was born in a home, a private residence on Lower Moncure Road in Moncure in 1943. I am as proud as anyone in this room of this community and everyone here. All of you who have spoken, I respect you and I appreciate you, and I'm ashamed that someone would call people that I invited here tonight clowns. They are experts in areas that matter to us if we're going to make good decisions about the policies we're trying to create. I don't share the cynicism of some of the folks in this room. We talked about inviting large corporations in our community as though somehow we were opening the door to people that were going to take advantage of us. Kiowa Kirin is building a $500 million facility across from Lee Brick on heavy industrial zoned property, properly zoned for the type of work that they'd like to do. My mother died of Parkinson's. They are a global leader in Parkinson's research. Someday, because my mother and father both had Parkinson's, I may be facing the same situation that my mother faced and my father faced. These companies, this company from Japan, opened their first North American manufacturing facility here in Sanford. They came here because of the people. They came here because the people in this community share the values that they have as a company. There are bad actors in every industry. There are really glaring examples that are easy to find of data centers that have not been responsible corporate citizens. And I commend you for finding those, and I commend everyone here tonight who has spoken out against data centers for bringing to the attention of my organization and this community a project that was proposing to frack in Lee County. And I've said it every time I've been asked. Saga does not support fracking. Saga does not support a data center that would utilize fracking as a power source. This UDO makes that impossible. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the work this community did to address that, and I would have not known that that threat existed had it not been for y'all bringing that to our attention, and I greatly appreciate that. We are indebted to the folks who were paying attention and brought that to our attention. I apologize for the emotion in my voice. I did have some prepared remarks. I know it's late. I do want to again thank the folks who were here at my invitation, and due to the way that we signed up tonight, I wasn't able to introduce them properly, and I apologize for that if anyone took offense at that or was confused by that. I was asked to have those folks here at the workshop on the 6th, and they were here. They were not called upon to speak. I encouraged them to come out tonight because some things were shared in the way of concerns that night that I felt like needed to be addressed. And I appreciate them being here to address that. Before I joined Saga in 2018, I owned and operated a small local payroll processing company. I operated that for about 12 years here in this community, processing direct deposit, payroll taxes, and tax filings for more than 150 local employers and thousands of employees every week with a very small, efficient staff of 3. Not only was I reliant on data centers for marketing my business, communicating with my customers, and securely storing my critical and highly confidential customer data, the myriad financial institutions and taxing authorities with which I interacted every day all did the same. I share this to say that today's surge in data center demand is driven not only by AI, which is very real, but also by increased demand for cloud computing and other digital infrastructure that's vital to the success of practically every small business in America. I represent those folks as the leader of Saga. More than 500 local businesses are part of the Sanford Area Chamber of Commerce. They rely on secure, reliable data storage each and every day if their businesses are going to be successful. In addition, we all rely as individuals on essential data infrastructure in our lives, and I won't enumerate all of those again. Several people tonight have spoken about that. Across the country, communities are defining how to manage data center growth. North Carolina is no different, and fortunately, data centers are nothing new in North Carolina. There are dozens of data centers already operating in urban areas like Raleigh, Durham, and Charlotte, and dozens more in smaller communities like Morrisville, Maiden, and Forest City. These data centers have been operating for decades in North Carolina, and they're largely unremarkable, tucked into existing office or industrial parks, and operating by right under light industrial, office and institutional, or general commercial zoning rules. By developing and adopting the supplemental standards before you tonight, Lee County is taking a proactive approach aligned with national best practices and exceeding many of the most stringent existing standards in North Carolina today. We got here because commissioners, county staff, community development staff, and the Joint Planning Commission have been working on these standards for months. This process brought together the county, Sanford, and Broadway to develop a unified framework, and they and you are to be commended for setting the standards before projects arrive, not after. This ordinance establishes clear expectations around infrastructure, water use, and matters of community compatibility, like sound and light. It's not an open door. It's a well-defined process that establishes significant supplemental standards in addition to those under which all of our existing industries are successfully and sustainably operating today. These proposed data center technical standards address electric infrastructure. They prevent the use of unregulated sources to power projects. They require utility confirmation of available capacity. They ensure system reliability is not impacted. They ensure infrastructure improvements are paid for by projects, not passed along to existing users. Each and every day at Saga, when a project is thinking about coming to Lee County, when we are competing for projects like Kiawah-Kirin, we work with our partners at Central Electric or our partners at Duke to ensure that we are not going to have negative impacts on our community if we invite a company to come into our community like we did for Kiawah-Kirin. This is a best practice because across the U.S., the standard approach for large load users is plan, prove, and pay. Utilities must confirm capacity, and projects are responsible for the infrastructure required to serve them. This protects existing ratepayers while enabling growth. The ordinance aligns with this model by requiring upfront verification and coordination, which is widely recognized as essential for grid reliability and cost protection. And I appreciate, again, Central Electric being here tonight to elaborate on that policy that's in place for them. We address water use. We prohibit wells and surface water usage, require municipal water connection. This UDO mandates capacity verification prior to approval. Water sourcing has become one of the most scrutinized aspects of data center development nationally. Best practice is shifting towards controlled, utility-managed water systems, just as we have put into our ordinance. By requiring municipal sourcing and capacity verification, the ordinance ensures water use is regulated, monitored, and aligned with existing infrastructure, reducing risk to aquifers and rural water systems. Wastewater requires connection to public wastewater systems, prohibits septic systems. If companies were to approach us and could not bring their business model to our community without complying with these rules, they'll look elsewhere. These rules protect our community and they implement the best practices that many of us are urging to wait upon so that they can fully develop. You've incorporated those into this UDO. Industrial scale uses are increasingly required to connect to regulated treatment systems to ensure environmental compliance and address the concerns that were raised here tonight. This approach aligns with state level expectations and avoids decentralized wastewater risks. It reflects a broader shift towards centralized oversight and accountability in infrastructure development. Setbacks and buffers, minimum 500-foot separation from residential uses. Our light industrial zoning today only requires 150 for existing businesses. All of our existing businesses in Lee County would fail to comply with this requirement. Up to 150-foot setbacks and 100-foot vegetative buffers. Landscape screening. Physical separation, as the gentleman spoke to here earlier tonight, is one of the most effective tools for minimizing land use conflicts. Leading jurisdictions are increasingly moving towards fixed, measurable setbacks rather than discretionary buffers. By combining distance with vegetative screening, this ordinance addresses both functional impacts like noise and light and visual compatibility, aligning with best practices in rural and suburban planning. Noise standards requires a pre-construction sound study, establishes a maximum 65 dBA or existing ambient baseline, whichever is greater, includes monitoring and enforceable penalties. Again, modern data center standards increasingly rely on predictive acoustic modeling and enforceable thresholds. By requiring both a pre-construction study and a post-construction cap tied to existing conditions, this ordinance reflects leading practices used in more mature data center markets. The inclusion of enforcement mechanisms ensures compliance is ongoing, not assumed, making this approach both measurable and accountable. Lighting requires a photometric plan and ensures no off-site light spillover. Light pollution is a growing concern, particularly in rural and semi-rural areas. Requiring photometric analysis ensures lighting is engineered and controlled, not excessive or disruptive. This approach is consistent with best practices in both industrial and environmental planning. Generators, limited to emergency use only and testing restricted to daytime hours. There's increasing national focus on limiting emissions and operational impacts from backup generation. Best practice is to restrict generators to emergency and testing scenarios rather than any primary use for power. This provision directly addresses community concerns around air quality and noise while aligning with modern operational standards. I have several other points I was going to make here. I realize I'm being repetitive of what the gentleman from the planning department has already said, and my apologies for that. I'll wrap up by saying that the ordinance before you tonight defines the parameters for growth in a way that aligns with our standards and community priorities and provides critical protection from outdated or environmentally destructive practices like fracking and unsustainable consumption of water resources. With these ordinances in place, Lee County will have clear regulations that protect existing residents and promote responsible, environmentally sustainable projects. The technical standards provide required thresholds for protection by utilizing measurable and established best practices that will encourage only beneficial projects to come to the community. This is not about choosing growth or choosing protection. It's about ensuring that we have both. Again, my sincere appreciation to all of the folks that were involved in developing the UDO, to the time that the Planning Board has committed to tonight, and to you as commissioners, and I appreciate your forbearance with me, and I apologize for the emotion in my remarks, but thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the public hearing sign-up sheet for this moment. Marshall, you're excusing the Planning Board?
Yes, sir. We will, I'll step up to the microphone here. Yes, sir. After conclusion of public hearings, typically they'll go to classroom, what is it, classroom 103, I believe it is? Is that correct, Amy? 103? Okay, yes, classroom 103.
You want me? Well, I have everybody here. They're on the phone. I just want to confirm that we had everybody that was on the public hearing sign-up sheet for the UDO.
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So any other, we're going to close the public hearing. Going once, going. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I couldn't get here sooner, and I didn't realize that we were going to have experts, and I have two questions I'd like to ask the experts if I could.
Well, come forward, please, Ms. Strickland.
Thank you, and I apologize for not signing up, but I couldn't get here sooner. I have two questions.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Donna Strickland, 1708 Woodridge Drive. The first question I would like to direct is to the young lady from Georgia who made the comment that she came from a community very similar to us, maybe even smaller, and that she had experienced, that community experienced very positive experiences by having a data center around them. And I'd like to know something positive, because everything that I've done in research has been negative, negative, negative. Please tell me what is positive about having a data center in your backyard.
Ms. Emily Bowers.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, so I did. I grew up in a very small rural area in West Georgia, about 45 minutes west of the city of Atlanta. We have about 5 data centers in the community that I grew up in. The way that they have been able to contribute to our neighborhoods, the growth that we've seen, the revenue that we've seen.
What kind of revenue?
The improvements in infrastructure, our streets, the things that they've done for our school system, they are not big evil entities, not at all. There's one that even sponsors my nephew's Little League team. These are not big scary monsters. Truly, they're contributing parts of the community. So I want that to be something that I can personally share. I know there's a lot of fear.
Well, that would help a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's nothing but negative on
I
the
understand. I know, and I think that there's so much misinformation out there because folks are rightfully terrified, right? You hear only the worst, but they've been wonderful for my community. We've seen a lot of really good. So I hope that puts you at ease to some degree.
It gives me something to ponder.
Yes, ma'am. And one thing I'd also share, I mentioned that I work in policy. I work in communities all around the country. I've worked in places like rural Michigan, and I've worked in places that are very concentrated, like the city of Chicago. And what I'll share is that what Lee County has put together through this ordinance is not typical. Y'all have done the due diligence to lay this out so you don't have to be reactive. The fact that y'all have environmental provisions in this is light years beyond what I see in very, very progressive places. And that should offer you a level of comfort because I do not see that in most areas where I work. Everyone's trying to catch up, but you guys have done the work, which is why I'm proud to stand here and say that I'm very supportive.
Do you think there's more work to be done?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know what else could be done. If you guys take a 60-day moratorium, I'm not sure what else can be addressed. For your community to reap the benefits of this type of growth, to understand that you have done what I believe is about 14 iterations through the planning board. They've done their due diligence. They looked at places like Arizona. They looked at really concentrated areas that have a lot of issues like Loudoun County. And you guys have taken what works and applied it here. So just from my expertise, I genuinely am not sure what else can be done to improve what you already have in place to get started. So unless you have any other questions, I'll let you take the mic. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you sit down, would you mind sharing the name of the company that operates the data center?
I am not able to share that. Thank you.
Hold on, please. This is the public hearing.
Okay.
Ms. Strickland was
What
late,
town, what
so
community is your home? Okay, thank you. All right, my second question is directed to the young man from New York. He was very knowledgeable about closed loop systems.
Andrew Walter.
And I would
Walter.
like to know, do you ever have to flush out those closed loop systems? I'm thinking about like the radiator in people's cars that have to be flushed every once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good question. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Donna Strickland.
Donna. Do you prefer Donna?
Mhm.
Awesome. Nice to meet you.
Mhm.
So, Donna, yeah, so when we look at those systems, right, let's say it's, you know, like a radiator in your car or your AC window unit or something like that, we're not looking at a complete flush of the system. Sometimes you need to clean a filter or something like that. You might lose a gallon of water. That's about it.
Okay, and where does that gallon of water go?
You typically catch it right in a drain, and you don't put that into discharge or anything like that. You typically dispose of it responsibly.
And how is dispose of it responsibly done?
Yeah, that's on the responsibility of the data center developer to come up with the plan. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, that's why we need a moratorium, because those things are issues that I didn't even think about asking until tonight. when we had these experts come here. And that's why what we've done over here is wonderful, but we need time to flush out more things that we don't know about. And the way we do that is slow this process down and give us a moratorium, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. On advice of legal counsel, is there anyone else that wishes to speak for or against the moratorium, for the UDO? Please come forward, state your name and address, and speak briefly. Seeing there's none, I wish to close the public hearing on the UDO. The public hearing on the UDO is now closed. Mr. Marshall, you may break with your planning board. I want to say thank you to the planning board. We've been here a while. Do you know what room you're in? You're in room 103, Marshall? Okay. Room 103, and you do have some ability for the public to observe? They do have limited access for the public to observe. Just a reminder, there's no interaction with the board while they're in their proceedings. Thank you very much. And Marshall, I need you to put 10 minutes on the screen, please, sir. So we have a 10-minute recess. Thank you. If we can come back to order, please. If we can come back to order, please. Next item on the agenda is under Planning and Planning Board recommendation regarding a UDO text amendment update to Article 13 Flood Hazard Area Regulations and updating the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program map. Amy McNeil is here to take us down this wonderful road.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh,
And now, yes, of course.
Am I on? This is one, if we can just make a motion to recuse Mr. Sharp on this one as
Okay.
well.
Do I have a motion to recuse Mr. Sharp?
Motion to excuse Mr. Sharp.
We have a motion to recuse Commissioner Sharp. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. You're now recused, sir.
Good evening again, everyone. Now we're switching gears. So all the public hearings have been held this evening, and now you are receiving recommendations from the Planning Board regarding an item that we had a public hearing for in February. So this information is on pages 345 through 389 of your agenda packet. This is a Planning Board recommendation regarding replacing the Article 13 Flood Hazard Area Regulations of the UDO with the latest model flood damage prevention ordinance provided by the North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program. Also, updating the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program map for Lee County per the latest map panels provided by the North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program. These matters go hand in hand and were discussed together during the public hearing process, but received two separate Planning Board recommendations and will require two separate votes by the County Commissioners. First of all, we're going to talk about the flood hazard area regulation updates. As a reminder, the floodplain regulations only apply to development within the mapped flood hazard area or 100-year floodplain as illustrated on the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program map. And also, these regulations are adopted as part of our Unified Development Ordinance, or UDO, because we, and that's Lee County as a whole, participate in the National Flood Insurance Program, which offers subsidized flood insurance to citizens. The Lee County Planning Board met on February 16th after the public hearing was held and recommended by a unanimous vote that the County Commissioners approve replacing the existing floodplain regulations with the draft model ordinance, including the staff recommendations for a selection of optional language where allowed, with the following inclusions, requiring, and that should be 4 feet of freeboard above the 100-year floodplain level. It's written as 2, that is an error. Your Planning Board recommended 4 feet of freeboard above the 100-year floodplain level, as was the FEMA recommendation. They also recommended a requirement for a certified plot plan to exclude non-habitable accessory structures, such as storage buildings and workshops, since it adds time and cost to a project and is not a life safety issue because no one will be living or sleeping in the building. So, once again, the Planning Board recommended adoption of the new template model ordinance with the 4 feet of freeboard. That's the first finished floor being 4 feet above the level of the 100-year floodplain for homes and businesses. And they also changed, there's a requirement in there for a certified plot plan for all structures. They recommended that the certified plot plan recommendation be excluded for things like storage buildings, the little building out back, because they thought that had a cost to the project and it wasn't really a life safety issue since no one's going to be living in the little building out back. They just felt that was a practical application recommendation. Topics of conversation included that the floodplain regulations only apply to development within the mapped flood hazard area, that currently houses may be built at the level of the 100-year floodplain, which seems low, and that the 4 feet of freeboard requirement is a minimum requirement, meaning that people can always increase the height of the structure if they'd like to do so, and that the last hurricane in the Cape Fear region demonstrated that significant flooding is possible. And for your reference, in March, the Sanford City Council voted to update the regulations as recommended by their planning board, and the Sanford Planning Board recommended 2 feet of freeboard. So the city is looking at 2 feet of freeboard. In Broadway, their commissioners voted to align with their recommendation of their planning board, which they agreed with your planning board, and they thought, well, if FEMA's recommending 4 feet, then we should go with the 4 feet of freeboard. As explained during the public hearing process, holding the public hearing for the flood hazard area regulations update and receiving the planning board recommendation at this time will allow staff to forward the ordinance with the language agreed to by the boards to our National Flood Insurance Program Planner for review and approval, and then to FEMA for review and approval. So what I'm asking you to do at this time is to make a motion to approve the language within the draft model ordinance, including the staff recommendations for the selection of optional language where allowed, with the inclusions of your planning board, and to instruct me as staff to forward this draft ordinance to our North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program Planner and to FEMA for review prior to the adoption of the ordinance. So I'm asking you to approve the language in the draft model ordinance so that I can send it to our National Flood Insurance Program Planner and to FEMA, and then see what feedback they have, and then I'll come back to you and say, okay, they agreed with everything you said, let's adopt it, or they suggested some changes, let's adopt it. But I need you to agree on the language before I send it to them. So I think the biggest question for you guys is, do you want 2 feet of freeboard as a requirement, or do you want 4 feet of freeboard as a requirement? And once again, that's the level of the first finished floor above the established level of the 100-year floodplain.
Questions for Amy? Commissioner Reeves?
Any chance you can explain to me what the difference might be in terms of cost?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you recommend? 4?
I'm going to recommend what FEMA recommends simply because I don't think, if you take someone's money, you have to play by the rules, right? And I would hate for anyone to file a flood insurance claim and have some sort of hiccup or some sort of problem because we didn't go along with their recommendation. Now, they do recommend 2 as a minimum. They say as an absolute minimum, they want you to go with 2. But if they're recommending 4, I've got to believe that there's a sound reason.
I'm with you. Thank you.
Commissioner Vorbeck?
No, you.
Commissioner Connect? Commissioner Lovick?
No question. Thank you.
Commissioner Martin?
No, thank you.
Do I have a motion to consider 4 or 2 feet?
I'll make the motion for 4, yeah, for 4.
We have a motion to approve the verbiage for 4 feet above the 100-year flood plan. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Now, the second vote I'm going to ask you to make is on the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program map update. The Planning Board also recommended by unanimous vote that the County Commissioners approve updating the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program map for Lee County per the latest map panels provided by the North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program. Topics of conversation included that the new maps provide more information for surveyors and citizens, and that the maps and other floodplain information is available on several websites. Sanford and Broadway both recommended adoption of the new floodplain map panels, with discussion focused on the updated information being a better reference and required as part of the participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. As explained during the public hearing process, holding the public hearing for the map review and approval and receiving the Planning Board recommendation allows the governing boards for all 3 jurisdictions to officially adopt the updated panels as soon as staff receives our FEMA letter of final determination. Therefore, at this time, I'd like you to make a motion to approve the latest map panels and instruct me as staff to await receipt of the FEMA letter of final determination prior to the adoption of the map panels. Once again, I put these panels in front of you so we can adopt these as quickly as possible. If you tell me that we need to move forward with adopting the latest panels, which once again I think makes sense because it's better information, more information, then as soon as we receive this official letter from FEMA, I will let you know and we can adopt these and get these in place.
Questions for Amy on the map panels? Commissioner Martin?
Motion move forward.
Motion to move forward on Commissioners approve the latest map panels provided by the North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program.
I do have one question.
Okay, we have the motion. We'll be there. Any other
I
discussion?
made a motion at the beginning of the meeting that got bypassed, just FYI, if we're following procedures.
I'm sorry.
But it's okay.
No question.
Question? Question? Commissioner Vorbeck?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Will this affect any, like, the current, like, if we update the maps, is this one of those that people who are current, like, if their floodplain changes, are they grandfathered into what their current, like, when they built the home, what their insurance, is it going to affect their insurance rates or anything? I think
Sure.
I asked you this before, just reiterating the question.
You're not grandfathered in. What will happen is there will be an adoption date approximately 6 months out from when we adopt the maps, so that the surveyors and engineers and everybody have time to get things in place, so if they're working on something. But the floodplain is not grandfathered in on your property. If it used to be little and it gets wider, it is officially wider, and vice versa.
But would they have to adhere to building their, like, move their house further up above the?
Sure. So just a reminder to everybody, there was no new additional floodplain in Lee County.
Okay.
So this is all theoretical.
Okay.
But in theory, if you built your house next to the creek, but it was outside of the floodplain 10 years ago, but now the maps show that you're actually in the creek, or in the floodplain next to the creek, then if you still have a mortgage on your house, it's possible the lending agency will require you to get flood insurance.
Okay.
But once again, as a reminder, we didn't have any new floodplain in Lee County.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reeves? Okay. So we have the motion to approve the latest map panels provided by the North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program as part of the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program map for Lee County. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is public comments. We do have some individuals signed up.
We have planning board recommendations.
Excuse me.
Don't
I'm
forget about
sorry.
me.
That was two things, and I crossed off the second one already. I am
Sorry, I
solid.
can leave them.
Thomas?
Thomas Day.
Hello and good evening. This is item 5B in your packet as well. It's a subdivision plat final vote for the Juniper Creek subdivision preliminary plat. AF Blacks Chapel LLC is seeking approval of a preliminary plat to create a 148-lot major subdivision for single-family detached homes. The development is called Juniper Creek, and it's proposed in southern Lee County at the intersection of Blacks Chapel Road and Sheriff Watson Road. And as you can see, that's on the projector right above you is the outline of the subject property and its location in the county. And let me switch over there. The current zoning for the district, the current zoning district for the site of this project is RA, residential agricultural, which is intended for low-density residential development and low-intensity agricultural uses. It does have some associated zoning standards, like a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet, which is roughly 0.92 acres, and a minimum lot width of 100 linear feet. The project will also feature an internal mail kiosk and UPS delivery, for USPS delivery and a school bus stop. The site is not located within a watershed conservation overlay district. The site does, however, have some map flood hazard area that has been incorporated into common open spaces, specifically common open space number 3 in your packet on the site plan, and that is done to avoid adverse impacts to environmentally sensitive areas. So what that means is they have put all of the flood hazard area in common open space, which would be preserved for just recreation. There won't be any structures built there, and certainly not single-family homes built there. The subject property is located within a voluntary ag district notification radius, which appears to be associated with Steve Thomas Farms LLC at 446 Castleberry Road. And that just means that potential buyers are notified during the purchasing process, during the closing process, that they are going to be near farms that may emit noises, odors, dust, things like that. The project is intended to be served by public water and individual private on-site septic systems, and there is a soil report included for your reference in your packet, and the internal streets are proposed to be public and maintained by NCDOT and will be turned over by the developer when they are eligible. Staff has reviewed the preliminary plat and determined that the proposed subdivision does comply with the UDO standards like the ones I mentioned. Like RA has a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet, minimum lot width, things like that. One exception to this is for several lots in this project that exceed the lot width to depth ratio. And some of you that are on the JPC, like Commissioner Lovick and Commissioner Smith will know we have an exemption, a UDO text amendment exemption that is working its way through. I just have trying to find an opportune time to put it on agenda that's not super congested to exempt cul-de-sac lots from that 1 to 4 lot width to depth ratio. Again, in the county, we want larger lots and sparser development, but there is a 1 to 4 width to depth ratio for cul-de-sac, or for all lots, including cul-de-sac lots. And cul-de-sac lots can have a width that is actually shrunk down to 35 feet. So if you have a 35 by 140 lot, that is like 9 or 10,000 square feet. It's like a fourth of what RA actually allows for. So it's really just impractical. So it's kind of a matter of practicality or formality at this point to have the subdivision exception application before you, but that is included in your packet as well, and it is included as a part of the applicant's request to exempt those lots from the lot width to depth ratio. So. Otherwise, the applicant must must obtain driveway permits from NCDOT and a sedimentation and erosion control permit from NCDEQ before they record the final plat. And this project has been reviewed and approved by the TRC. The Planning Board did meet on March 24th to review and discuss the preliminary plat, and they recommended that this board approve the preliminary plat as proposed. Topics of discussion centered on the location of the bus stops throughout the neighborhood, the soil reports, and the extent of good permeable soil in the area, and whether or not the cul-de-sac lots for which the developer is requesting the exemption met the intent of the lot width to depth ratio rule, and it was determined that they do. For some of you that may or may not be aware, there are several lots in the county that are like 1,000 feet long that were developed and established many, many years ago, like early in Amy's time, probably about 20 years ago. And those rules, that lot width to depth ratio was put in place to prevent that. And as you can see, these lots don't look odd or peculiar. If my personal opinion, they look fairly conventional. The intent is to stop or prevent, kind of wonky, long, oblong, weird lots. So the intent is met with this. So I will stop there for any questions if you have them.
Questions for Thomas? Commissioner Reeves is, okay. Commissioner Vorbeck?
14. Okay, am I correct in counting that there'd be, if we didn't make an exception, they'd lose 14 lots? Is that what I'm saying?
I have 15 written down, but it could be 14. That could be a typo on my part.
Well, and I'm counting individual lot numbers. Did the applicant say they would withdraw their application if we didn't make an exception, or were they under? Are you allowed to say?
That topic did not come up, but we do have representatives from the applicant is here if you'd like to ask them that.
Okay,
so.
before I make them come up, and maybe they would have to answer this one too, but I see that there's multiple phases in the building process, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's correct.
Are there certain parameters that phase 1 must maintain before allowing like the next phase? Like if they're the quality of work or the things that were promised to the community.
Sure, absolutely.
In phase 1 were not even completed, are they allowed to go on to phase 2?
Yes, absolutely. So Tri-River Water, the engineering department will monitor and observe the construction of the internal utilities. So the public water main has to be installed and accepted to their satisfaction. The same would apply for NCDOT and the roadway. The NCDOT district engineer will actually sign the plat saying that the roadway as proposed meets their standards. NCDOT will then accept that road for maintenance, one, when the applicant requests it, and two, they have their own internal threshold, like you have to have X% of the houses actually built and CO'd and things like that. We can't compel NCDOT to do anything differently, but yes, so the roadway construction and the utility installations have to be done and completed before another phase can be platted. The houses don't necessarily have to be built, but a developer is probably not going to pace themselves and let that stagger a little bit.
I've just seen some other larger subdivisions, you know, they're mainly more within the city or whoever has the water rights type thing, obviously the lower density or the higher density home lots that some of the builders and companies coming in and building the homes are not even doing phase one well, and then they're stuck with homes that aren't of quality or those types of things. So that's where that line of questioning is coming from.
Sure, absolutely. I can't, so as to like the construction of the single-family home, if they meet the, you know, the minimum North Carolina State Building Code for residences, we can't police beyond that, unfortunately. But yes, so I will say, just as far as the infrastructure, as far as the actual development itself, they have to put all that in, install that to code before they can plat another phase of that subdivision.
All right. I think that was it. Sorry.
Sure.
Commissioner Connect. Thank you. Commissioner Levick.
So just to reiterate, we are not rezoning, we are voting on the subdivision, major subdivision plat. Not rezoning, shrinking lot sizes and all that stuff, because some people get confused when
Absolutely, yeah.
when they see a subdivision like this and they say, oh,
Yes, for your benefit and for the public's benefit too. In the state of North Carolina, I won't belabor this, I won't get too long-winded. In the state of North Carolina, a subdivision plat itself is an administrative decision where do they meet the ordinance, check the boxes, yes or no? Are all the lots at least 40,000 square feet or whatever it might be? Are all the lots at least a certain width? Things like that, right? Rezoning would be changing that zoning designation from RA, which allows for the 40,000 square foot lot, the 10-foot, the 100-foot lot width, to any other zoning district that allows for like smaller lots, more density, things like that. They are asking for a subdivision that meets the standards of RA, except for those cul-de-sac lots. That is a subdivision exception they're asking for because it simply is, quite honestly, impractical to have a cul-de-sac in RA, RR, and really R20, quite honestly. It needs to be like a 9 or 10,000 square foot lot before you can actually get a cul-de-sac that fits in there. Right. So yes, it is not a rezoning. This is not a public hearing. This is an administrative decision on a plat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just wanted the public to hear that. Thank
of course. So.
Commissioner Martin.
No questions. Thanks.
Do I have a motion to consider the preliminary plat for Juniper Creek subdivision, a 148-lot residential single-family home subdivision off Black's Chapel Road? Thank you.
Chairman Smith, may I ask one more question?
Please.
And I don't know if it's going to be directed at you or more the manager. Is there, or I guess the pleasure of the board, would it make more sense if you already have a language for exception are we able to, like, I guess I get a little leery that we're allowing an exception here and we don't have a UDO to represent it, like what?
I can speak to that if you want.
Okay.
So.
Could it be something that we voted on this in May, like we are able to vote on rules that put these parameters in place and then vote on, so withholding the vote this month to put.
So is it, I don't know the answer, but my question is, does the UDO, what allows for subdivision exceptions? What I think Thomas was indicating was that if there's an amendment that is made, you all wouldn't have to agree to the exception, right?
That's correct. In our UDO, in Article 6, it does have a provision for subdivision exceptions, just for unforeseen things like this. You would not, by approving this, and I'm not saying this as an advocate for this project, by approving this, you are not going outside of the norm. The UDO does allow for this very thing, a subdivision exception. And I will say, just to address a bigger portion of your comment. The city of Sanford approved UDO updates back in September of 2024 that did upzoning, not downzoning, which the state does not allow, but upzoning, so increasing density closer to town and adding some more robust rules for subdivisions. As a part of that, we have recently, in the JPC, we talked about this too, we have tweaked some of that language, and we have included an exemption for cul-de-sac lots and that 1-to-4 lot width depth ratio. I just thought I would be able to have more time before, this is all done really before the data center thing kind of popped up, thought I would have more time to just put that out there as a text amendment for all of you to review and discuss and vote on to hopefully get that folded into the current UDO, even for the county. I just, again, I didn't want to add that to, you know, an already lengthy agenda for data centers or for other things.
Agreed. I just wanted to make sure we weren't allowing this one this time, and then the next one that comes through, we're like, no, that's not a good idea. And then, I mean, we've been talking about
That's
being
fair. That's
fair
fair.
to one entity to the next type thing.
That's
all
fair.
night.
Yeah, I will say, just for your desire to be consistent, we do have a text amendment that I will probably be putting on your agenda sooner rather than later, just to make sure that we are fair and consistent. I will say, if that agenda, or if that UDO or text amendment were passed, this would have been allowed, you know,
Okay.
just by right.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve? We already have the motion. Did somebody give me the, I'll be honest with you, I don't remember. Who made the motion to approve this?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, Commissioner, can I move to approve the plat for Juniper Creek subdivision? Any further discussion? Questions? Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thomas.
Have a good evening.
Next item on the agenda, public comments. I still have a number of people on public comments here. Just a reminder, you have 3 minutes. Marshall, you got the 3-minute clock ready? All those? Okay, first one is Drew Womble. Sir, thank you for staying.
Thank you all for keeping the lights on. All right. My name is Drew Womble. I reside at 8613 Peachtree Drive, Sanford, North Carolina. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight about an issue that affects every single resident of Lee County, the failure to secure a reliable EMS contract. I've spent 19 years involved in public safety, including more than 10 years providing contract services to various government agencies. I stood before this board on November 17th with concerns about the direction the process was taking. Concerns that unfortunately have now become reality. This is not a political issue, it's a public safety issue. Right now we are facing the very real possibility that after June 30th there will be no EMS provider in place, or if there is one, it will come at a significantly higher cost than what was previously bid. This should concern every person in this room and every citizen you represent. When someone calls 911, they're not thinking about contracts or budgets or bidding processes. They are trusting that help will arrive quickly, professionally, and without question. And I want to be clear, this situation did not come without warning. Many of us came before this board earlier in the process and expressed serious concerns about the direction that was being taken. We raised questions about experience, staffing, and the ability to deliver consistent service. Some of you listened, and others did not. I sincerely appreciate those that did. But to all of those that chose not to fully hear those concerns, and today here we are, seeing the consequences of that decision. I would also like to adjust transparency. On April 1st, I submitted a public records request regarding EMS contract negotiations and current status of those efforts. As of today, that request has not even been acknowledged. At a time when uncertainty is high and public trust is critical, a lack of response only adds to the concern. Transparency should not be optional, it should be standard. I also want to highlight a broader picture. Lee County is not standing still. We are seeing continuous growth with agricultural land being developed into more densely populated neighborhoods at a rapid pace. With that growth comes increased demand for emergency services. The current situation does not reflect well on our ability to support that growth or to provide the level of public safety that both current and future residents expect and deserve. EMS is not optional. It's a core function of government, just like law enforcement and fire protection. And when that system becomes uncertain, the risk is not theoretical. It is measured in response times, patient outcomes, and ultimately lives. We are not purchasing office supplies. We are securing life-saving services. The citizens of Lee County deserve to know who will respond when they call 911 on July 1st, how quickly will help arrive, and can they trust the system that's in place will not fail them. I ask you to act with urgency, to prioritize public safety above all else, including data centers, and to ensure that no resident of this county is ever left wondering whether help is on the way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Eric Everson. Eric's not here. Sheila Sherrick. Sheila's not here. Keely Purge. Porridge.
Keely Porridge.
Porridge.
It's a hard one. Keely Porridge, 363 Angel Road. For those of you that are from out of town, we had a moratorium in place for fracking, and it's at our doorstep now since a crypto data miner wants to come in our area. So I'm talking about fracking again. Where is that fracking moratorium that we explained and reviewed the last Board of Commissioner meeting or working session? Your attention to making proclamations of farmland and agricultural business goes to my heart. It's more reason why our GIS system needs to show updated split estates on mineral rights, because it hasn't been updated and there's misinformation on our GIS site for people that are coming in and buying homes. They don't know if they own their mineral rights. I will be force-pooled. My farm will be force-pooled if fracking comes to our area. I'm asking you to please review the fracking moratorium that we had in place, because the Gas and Oil Commission meets on May 9th, and new rules are going to be unveiled, and there will be new commissioners put in place to review those rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Laura Black.
Laura Block, 1147 Cumnock Road, Sanford. So I was here at the previous meeting on March 16th, I believe, and pretty shortly after I came away with a question following an article in the Sand Hill News. This article concerned a text message that was sent by a commissioner and raised a certain dollar amount of investment by data centers. And I was confused because the impression we had from the meeting is that Deep River Data doesn't have pockets that deep. So where is the number 5 billion coming for? That is more of a question than maybe a public comment. So just kind of wondering, where's 5 billion coming from? How is this number discovered? Is there any math behind it? Thank you.
Jennifer Garner.
Good evening, Jennifer Garner, 621 Fairway Drive, Sanford. I'm also a business owner at Brick City Bargains on Boone Trail and a Chatham County landowner on Rosser Road, 1.8 miles from Butler Well number 3. I'm here asking for a moratorium. I'm asking that we slow things down and we don't do any irreparable harm to our citizens of Lee County. Please take this seriously. I know y'all are tired, so I'm gonna wrap up quick. I didn't realize I needed to speak on the EMS situation, so my 2 cents. Sadly, 3 years ago, my mom had a heart attack and my stepdad took her to Central Carolina. While actively in STEMI, she was pushed to the waiting room. So as my sister arrived, we loaded her up in the back of the car to get her help because rather than waiting for someone qualified to read this EKG, we decided every second matters. And it's a shame that we had to remove her and take her to another location because we weren't going to lose another parent to Central Carolina. So please dig deep and do your homework and don't let this go to the lowest bidder. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Rayner.
Aaron Rayner, Water's Edge, Sanford. Good evening. I wanted to speak tonight about another investment opportunity, a non-invasive, conflict-free investment. As a teacher of Lee County Schools and a parent of a kindergartner enrolled in our public school system, I am concerned about the continued lack of school funding. Lee County is behind in school funding and is failing our students, school employees, and community. Lee County only spends around 19–20% of its tax revenue on public schools. Meanwhile, the counties around us, not just Chatham and Wake, invest over 30% of their budgets on public education. Lee County must be competitive with nearby counties. This board was presented data that connects increased spending to student achievement. In fact, that data was compiled by the county itself. The solution is obvious. This year, we will be voting on the future direction of the county, so we must improve the commitment to the future of our county. If this county is looking for an investment, invest in the people. Increase Lee County Schools funding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kayla Wibalda. Kayla here? Okay, thank you. That ends public comments. Moving on to the next item, old business, the Horton Park Community Garden.
Yes, sir. We received a letter from the city of Sanford, the city manager from the city of Sanford, in reference to the land that is supposed to be transferred to the county in relationship to the roundabout that involved the Kiwanis Children's Park. They are asking that if they convey the property to us for us to meet the requirements from the DOT and the Land and Water Conservation Fund, that we in turn return the property, reconvey the property back to them. They are also asking that we consider participating in whatever costs they may incur to make that property ADA accessible. So I have brought that to you for your consideration.
Questions for Lisa? Are you still exempt?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so on this one.
Well, okay, I'll start with
I don't
you.
have any
Commissioner
questions.
Sharp, questions? Commissioner Reeves?
I have a motion and a comment. If I'm not mistaken, this started back in 2018, or 17, or 18.
Yes, sir, that's the best I could find.
Yeah. It started out with a simple request for us to help secure a roundabout with DOT for the land swap that we complied with. I was truly disappointed on this March 20th. If you look at page 422 in your agenda, to receive this request from the city manager asking for us to reconvey the property and also request the county support contributing to the cost of any required improvements. Notwithstanding the fact that we gave up property to make this deal work, we undertook all necessary steps to comply with DOT's request, even fought to get the proper compensation that we have yet to receive. And somehow, from 2018 until apparently sometime before March 20th, the city decides that we need to protect the area at Horton Park because they're worried that if the county has complete control, that something may go wrong. When I heard that, I asked for an explanation. I even asked that someone come tonight, and if there's a person in the city who's willing to come up and explain this March 20th letter, I'd appreciate it. The point that I'm making is that I would move, if you look, I think the county attorney has given each of us a sheet, 3 options, and option number 3 is the one that I would use as a motion to direct the staff to respond to the city's letter rejecting their offer for the county to reconvey the parcels back to the city. County has already approved the MOA with the city, and DOT has agreed to enter into a 1-year lease with Brick Capital Community Development Corporation.
I have your motion, sir.
Beg your pardon?
I have your motion. Got it.
All right, thank you.
Any additional comments, please?
I better not.
Okay. Commissioner Vorbeck?
I think I want to piggyback just a little bit on, because I was reading some of the comments that I guess came in at the meeting about how the county was compensated for the property, but if memory serves me correct, the compensation of versus being able to actually sell the property outright and what we could have made off of the sale if we were just wanting to sell the property was far more than what the DOT thought the property of the value was, correct?
Joseph Keel, could you speak to this? Because this is a land swap involving PARTEF grants, et cetera, if I'm not mistaken.
That I think yeah, and I'll go, because when you had addressed it, we were falling short.
And if I can help out in answering that question as well, the intent and the value of the property that we got was for the taking. And if you actually look at the amount of land that's being, quote unquote, taken from Kiwanis Children's Park to effectuate the traffic circle, it's a sliver of property that's over toward the shelter. So that there wouldn't ever have been an intention to sell that property, but whenever DOT comes to secure property to proceed with one of their projects, there's usually a fair market value transfer to compensate for that property. So what the value of, they did an appraisal process that determined a fair market value for the property, including the shelter that was going to be demolished along with that project. Excuse me.
Yeah, so just like Ms. Campbell said, that the property that DOT is taking for this traffic circle is property that, yes, is our park, but we cannot actually use this property to actually build anything. They are going to impede on the existing shelter that is there, but we have already rebuilt that shelter out of the floodplain. So we've actually already spent from county funds over $100,000 to rebuild this shelter to have one at the park. But DOT will come in and just take that property and take the old shelter out.
And I guess my point was the replacement of it was less than what you just, the figure. So we got compensated, but in order to
And we still haven't even got compensated yet.
Yeah,
so,
but I'm just saying
yeah.
that my point was, yes, there wasn't a property amount, but we've well spent over that.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to replace what DOT came in and.
Yes, ma'am, you're
Okay,
right. Yep.
That was my point.
For a project that we never requested.
And that's the main point. Like,
Yeah.
this is not a project that the county wanted to do. This is a street project, and I feel like we've been very good partners, and we have played ball the entire time. Like, this is something that the city wanted to do, and we've just said, hey, let's just be great partners in it. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Commissioner Connect,
No, great, thank you.
Commissioner Lovick.
And how much did we put in Horton Park in the last few years,
We've put over $500,000.
including the pool and the playground?
We've actually put in over $500,000 on phase one, and then we've put over $1 million in the pool. So
And
I'd
then
say
I'd say
over
we're good
one-
neighbors.
Yeah.
Commissioner Martin.
And a sidewalk to help people walk back and forth to that park was put in by the county, correct?
It was, absolutely.
I'm going to second the motion.
Okay, we have the motion. Direct staff to respond to the city's letter rejecting their offer for the county to reconvey the parcels back to the city. The county has already approved the MOA with the city and DOT and has agreed to enter in a one-year lease with Brick Capital Community Development Corporation. Any further discussion? Seeing none?
The other point I just want to spell out is, they're not even saying, after all that we've done on this project, they're saying in the last sentence, in the third paragraph, we would consider.
I know.
Please, give me a break.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next item on the agenda, paperwork everywhere. New national opioid and 6 remnant defendant settlement.
Yes, that will be me. In your agenda packet, the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners has sent out a sample resolution, which we then tailored for the county. This is for the latest round of the remnant defendants, which are 6 regional distributor dispenser defendants in the national opioid settlement. At this time, the county is expected to receive approximately $20,182 based on the settlement documents and based on information that was received from the NCACC. As you'll see in the resolution, we will have to receive this fund and put it in this money and put it in a separate fund. However, we do need to spend it, even though it's not governed by the MOA that we have with the state. We will, in fact, spend it. We have to spend it accordingly with the MOA. So at this time, just asking the board to approve the resolution and authorize either myself, the county manager, or the board chair to sign the necessary documents in order to effectuate the settlement.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve the resolution by Lee County Board of Commissioners authorizing the execution of opioid settlement with the 6 remnant defendants. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. New business, request from Lee County Schools to fund the relocation of the Central Carolina Community College pod and mobile units.
Want me to handle it, or you want Chris?
Please.
We've received a request from Lee
Oh,
County.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the superintendent was here.
He can come if you'd like.
Please, sir, I didn't want to keep you all day not to do nothing.
It's got to go to school.
Good evening, everyone. As the county manager was saying, CCCC did offer a 12-classroom pod that is currently at the industrial park on a plot of land that they are looking at selling. However, to move that mobile unit, as you know, it's a significant amount of money, but it is much cheaper than buying a new mobile unit, which we will need, and that unit is much newer than the one that we currently have, or the several that we currently have at J. Glenn Edwards. Doing so will allow us to remove 3 single classroom mobile units at J. Glenn Edwards, redistribute 2 of those to Deep River. Deep River is also overcrowded. We will also be able to replace 1 at J.R. Ingram, which was recently surplus because it was over 30 years old. And again, this 12 classroom unit would be placed at J. Glenn Edwards, which is currently our most overcrowded school.
Questions for the superintendent? Commissioner Sharp?
None.
Commissioner Reeves? Commissioner Vorbeck? Commissioner Connect?
Thank you.
Commissioner Levick?
So this pod is in the industrial park, not the one at the community college?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. How did they get moved so quick out of it? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Martin?
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to propose that, make a motion that we move forward with the timeline in supplying the funds for this need. But I'd like to take some time to look at where we're getting this funding from rather than from the sales tax, which would go to the schools. We could look at, we have some, I think we have some, possibly some ARPA funds, some revenue loss funds that are still unallocated, and just maybe a little bit more time to consider the funding before we pull it from the sales tax.
Okay, that would be staff, managers.
Yes, I can tell you at this point in time that we do have enough revenue loss funds that are unallocated. If that's the board's pleasure to use that instead of the restricted sales tax, if you're comfortable with that tonight and the board wants to make a motion to do that, we do feel comfortable with that funding and could be used.
Can we, I mean, can we move forward with the timeline and determine the funding have a little bit more discussion about the funding?
Yes.
Would that be acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, that would be my motion.
Okay, I'm lost. You approved the request, but you said timeline, and I don't see timeline on here. Given the timeline's
She
bottom.
has adjusted, I'm sorry. Help me just-
I would like to move forward with the request for the Board of Commissioners to fund this need, but I would like to ask some time for the county manager to look into alternative funding sources. So,
The timeframe she's referring to is in the agenda report. It says on March 24th of 26, the Operations Committee reviewed and their suggestion is if we approve it today, it'll give them enough time to be able to put all the moving parts in place so that they can get the pods moved, set up, and be able to welcome students in August.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've heard the motion. Any further discussion?
What exactly are we trying to do here? And may I have a comment from the staff regarding the ARPA money availability?
Yes, sir. We have over $1.1 million in unallocated ARPA funds at this point in time that could be used for this if you want to use that instead of the restricted sales tax. I had proposed, we anticipate that we're going to exceed in restricted sales tax this year their debt service. Those funds have to be used for either debt service or capital. So when they came forward with this project, I proposed using that restricted that restricted sales tax above that. That should be enough to cover that this year. Otherwise, those monies we can continue to hold for future debt service. Or if you want to use the ARPA money, or excuse me, the unallocated revenue loss funds. So.
I think Commissioner Martin just wants to put off how we fund it, just approve, and we can figure out how to best go forward with funding at a later date that doesn't ruin the timeline that they need. So we have time to think about the best, am I right? The best
Yes.
avenue
Yes. So,
of the
yes.
funding. So we can have, maybe in the next session or there, so we could see what the best avenue of funding is, but let them know that they can move forward, because we're going to find the funding one way or the other.
Okay.
Is that right?
I mean, yeah, to the comment that was made earlier during public comment, I think we've found that the Board of Commissioners works diligently to work alongside of the Board of Education and the school system here in Lee County, and this extra time would just give us a little bit more time to look at how to best support them even in long term.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sorry we kept you up late.
Chairman Smith, I do want to make sure it's clear that they can move ahead with this project. We will just determine the final funding of it, but they can go ahead and commit to the move.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that's clear for everybody.
Wouldn't you stay up late for $1 million?
Okay, item new business. Consideration of text amendment to the UDO to add data center to the UDO has not come forward, so we'll go on to the manager's report. Monthly, oh, I'm sorry.
He's right here.
I was expecting the, oh, you sent him home? You sent the planning board home?
You want me to tell him?
You need the policy waived.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll jump right in. I know in the interest of time, I know you've had a long meeting. What you have in front of you is, when I presented at the public hearing, you had blue and black text. That's another iteration that picks up on essentially the conversation I had about the fees, if you recall from the public hearing, how we were recommending removing the 10,000. I will tell you, we went back to the planning board. They recommended on a 5-2 vote to adopt the standards as presented by staff at the public hearing with the changes that we presented, as well as the items in red that you have in there, which is the removal of the $10,000 fee. And the other thing I should point out to you is if you look on page 5, I believe it is, which is under section 55262, there's a couple of additional items that we have in red text that we presented to the planning board. These were a couple of cleanup items and some additional things that were done after we had put the version out for the public hearing, but we wanted to be very transparent with the planning board and with you. These are some additional things that we heard that for consideration for you to consider, and that was recommended by the planning board. Mr. Chairman, I'll go through these real quickly. If you see under that section 55262, these are both related to the water supply. And that first one is written confirmation shall also include a statement verifying capacity that the proposed data center's water consumption shall not adversely impact existing water capacity. This is actually a comment that we added, I think we actually received from your workshop, your April workshop, and unfortunately we just did not catch that in time to have that in the version that went out for the public hearing, but we did catch that in time for you to consider for adoption. And the second one there is a brand new section we added. Again, we got feedback from you as well as others that we added a statement that says data centers shall use best management practices by utilizing available technology innovations to promote efficient use of water and resource conservation. And that was just a kind of a catch-all statement that we wanted to add. Again, I think we received some feedback from you, from the city, and just in general public comments about being mindful of resource conservation. And so just trying to do a statement in there to promote that, if you will. And Mr. Chairman, I'll pause there in the interest of time. Again, I would reiterate to you, Planning Board had a great discussion, but they ultimately have voted 5-2 in favor of recommending this to you all for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Marshall? Commissioner Martin?
So I saw that you struck the 10,000. Where did we land then on violation fees?
So the violation would just default back to our Article 1, which is $100 per day.
Okay. I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Lubbock?
No questions.
Commissioner Connect?
Now, there's some state laws, I don't know, you may not know them, that, they violate over a period of time that you can, there's state rules that jump into place, right?
State rules as it relates to what
Well, if
specifically?
the company continues violations, then you can put suit against them.
Yeah, well, I think, if I think I know what you're referring to, you're probably talking about like DEQ and like water and air and some things like that that are through state agencies that are not locally administered.
Yeah, well, if they're not going along with the noise regulations and standards, you know, so they don't just pay $100 every single day, but after a certain period of time that you can't file.
Possibly, again, I don't know how that would cross over from our local zoning violations, though, to a state fine. That would have to be something that they're violating at a state rule or state level, which is possible, right? I mean, it could be environmental, it could be pollution, it could be something like that, depending on what they're doing. But if it's just a sound issue, I don't know that would come into play, to be clear.
Commissioner Vorbeck?
Yes, sir, I have a few. If the UDO passed tonight as written, would Deep River Data be able to put an application in tomorrow and be approved?
They could put an application in, but if I believe that's the one that proposed using fracking, they would have to find something other than fracking to power it if they wanted to meet our standards.
Okay.
Or water usage too, I'm sorry.
Water usage, I'm not even sure, depending on where they're located, if, you know, we'd have to check their zoning, for example. You know, exactly what their zoning is.
I mean, that's a good point, though. I mean, that you made, if somebody puts in a permit today, the reason why we're getting these ahead of time.
Correct.
Because if anybody puts a permit, they grandfathered into what the standards are at that moment in time.
Right. Right now, you have no standards.
You have no standards, so they put a permit in tomorrow. That's the standard they go with regardless of how long it takes them, a year, 2 years, 3 years.
Right.
That's the standard. So by getting something in before permits, at least we have something. This
There
is
you
why
go.
somebody said, well, why are you in such a rush? Well, the rush is, if they put a permit in, that's the standard they're held to, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, you know, when you saw the timeline, when we were working with Joint Planning Commission, that was kind of universally agreed that everybody that was part of that was like, yeah, we agree, staff. We think this is a sense of urgency because we don't want somebody showing up who is a bad actor in our neighborhood. You know, again, I think there's different levels based on everything I've seen. There's good and there's bad players as it relates to any business, whether it's data centers or other things. So I think the thing is, when you're adopting zoning standards, you're trying to set that bar so you're keeping out the bad ones, but, you know, you're allowing flexibility to where if you get a good actor, they can
These
come
are
here.
always adapt to change.
Yeah, and they're always subject to change.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. So on the checking the decibel levels, at what point does that occur? After they've already built the data center?
So, go ahead and finish your question. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So it's going to be, it's like part two. And then, so I'm trying to not make assumptions because my grandfather warned me it makes a butt out of me and you. So I try not to do them. But what happens, so I'm assuming it's built, then you check the noise. So what happens if the noise, if the decibel level is at 70 or 80 at that point, then do they get a fine or are they even, or do they not get a CO because they haven't even hit the decibel level?
Yeah, so if you actually look, and I'm going to see if I can direct you to the right section. Let's see here, under 552.51 on page 4, it's kind of upper middle, noise mitigation standards. So you'll see that they actually have to do a pre-construction study in sound test. So they basically give the county a study done by a third-party engineer that has to determine what that pre-construction level is. So if you go out there now and it's a raw site and the data center hasn't been built, no construction, they have to do a study and say what that sound level is. And so whatever that bar is, they have to meet, it can either go up to 65 decibels after construction, or if that bar, to your point, if it was 70 at the time before the data center is built, then they're allowed to go up to 70 because that's what the sound was already there before the construction. Then what happens is when they submit for the application for that, Lee County would have a consultant on staff, a separate consultant we hire, who would review that study to make sure that it's technically sufficient and it seems to be reasonable in terms of what assumptions they came up with. And then post-construction, we also would have a consultant on staff or on retainer that up to 2 times per year or more if it's a continual violation. Certainly, we would be able to go out there and if post-construction, if they said they're at 65 in their compliance, but all of a sudden the neighbors are getting a lot of noise or it seems a lot louder, then we would be able to retain a third-party engineer that we would hire who would go out and do a study at our time whenever we wanted, you know, how we would ever be able to work that out again, to make sure that they're in compliance and they stay in compliance with that. So there's some levels or processes put in place to do pre-construction, to be fair, to determine what that sound is and what's fair to them, and then we also want to have the ability to make sure that we feel like that they've done a reasonable test, right, or a reasonable study that they submitted. And then there's post-construction complaint-driven ability for us to go out there and further investigate if we get complaints.
Okay. And if they're not at the level that they should be at?
If they're not at the level, it would be just like we were talking about with the violations. It would be a zoning violation. We would hit them with the notice. We would try to get remedy. We would work with them. Ultimately, we could hit them with a violation, and then we would eventually turn it over to the county attorney, and we could go after, there's a variety of remedies for that. You could eventually get to a, what's the right word, Whitney? Not a stop work order.
Like an injunction.
Injunction.
There
Yeah,
we go.
that's it.
Okay. I think that was it. Okay, thank you.
No other questions?
No, sir.
Commissioner Reeves?
You mentioned the vote was, you have, what, 7 members on your board?
On which one, sir? I'm sorry.
On your
Planning
board,
Commission?
I was asking you about the vote that you just took.
Yeah, it was 7 on the planning board, yes.
Was there any discussion from the 2 that voted in opposition?
There were some questions asked. I'm trying to remember. I think it had to do, well, they had a lot of questions. There was a lot of discussion amongst all of them. To be fair, I don't remember exactly what they asked. I just know that there were questions, a lot of the questions about the water and the electric. They had a little bit of discussion on the fee, removing the $10,000 fee. Thanks to Elizabeth, I know she was with me there too, and so between us, we were able to kind of guide them through their questions. But I don't specifically remember what they asked.
Thank you.
No further questions? Okay.
Well, maybe make a motion to recuse Commissioner Sharp first.
Oh, we got to do that again?
Yeah.
Okay, we need to make a motion to recuse Commissioner Sharp. We have a motion to recuse Commissioner Sharp. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Before we move forward, we do need a motion to waive the policy that will allow us to vote the same night of a public hearing. Do I have that motion, please?
Motion to waive the policy.
I have the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Do I have a motion to consider the text amendment of the UDO to add data centers to the UDO permitted use matrix in Article 4, add supplemental developmental standards in Article 5, and minimum parking standards in Article 8?
So moved.
I have that motion made by Commissioner Connect. Any further discussion?
That is the motion to approve what is in front of you, the changes from the planning board.
The
Is
motion
that
needs
correct?
to incorporate the data center changes presented.
Thank you.
Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to be a no. I'm not opposed to, I would be a yes on the amendment on the UDO text message, or text language, but I still believe that there needs to be some type of abandonment clause. It needs to stay at the 10,000, so.
Okay, we heard your discussion. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Did you say, and you were a no?
I was a no.
Okay, everybody did you get the count? Okay, thank you. Moving on, monthly financial reports, manager's report. Ms. Waterhouse.
Good evening, Commissioners. We have the standard 2 reports that I report to you each month. This one is involving March financial report. At the end of the month of March, we received 97.92% of the ad valorem budget. A few of the departments appeared to be over the 75% expenditure target, but this was due to inclusions of annual agreements and encumbrances. Moving on to the January sales collection, I'm happy to report that January exceeded the prior fiscal year by a growth of 12.77%, so that's really good news. And I'll stand by for any questions.
Questions for Ms. Waterhouse? Commissioner Sharp? Commissioner Reeves? Commissioner Vorbeck?
No, sir.
Commissioner Connect? Commissioner Lovett?
Thank you for a good report.
Commissioner Martin?
Thank you.
Thanks.
And now we have the abbreviated manager's report.
Yes, sir. I will try to make this brief. I do have a few things I do want to call to your attention, though. On the library building, you can read the statement there, and you can see the change orders that have been approved. All those change orders did not affect the total cost, those ones listed there. I will remind you that we will be holding the grand opening of the facility on May 2nd with a ribbon cutting at 10 a.m. and activities and attractions planned throughout the day until 4 p.m. I will also say that our future meetings will be held at the library, main library. So this will be hopefully our last night here at the Civic Center for a long time. But I would also like to recognize Bill Freeman and our cameraman, our camera people that we've had over the years, and thank them for their time and assistance with us as we've moved from place to place over the last few years. So thank you for that. You can read about the historic courthouse project and the other projects. There are a couple of recognitions, though, that I would like to call out. Colts, along with the city planning, recently provided a presentation at the National Smart Cities Connect Conference, The Future of Public Microtransit Systems, Service Design, Demand Management, and AI for Better Outcomes, to discuss the recent success of Buzzline as a national model for the future of public transit. Parks and Recreation held their first annual Bunny Fun Run at the new Lee County Athletic Park on March 28, 2026. A 1-mile walk, run, and 5K walk run were held. Our very own Tiffany Bartholomew, Lee County Assistant District Attorney, was the winner of the 5K. Congratulations to her and all those that participated. It was an excellent event. Community Support Services received notification of approval by the North Carolina Division of Women and Youth to provide domestic violence intervention program services. These services will help provide much-needed intervention for individuals in the community charged with domestic violence-related charge. Current staff within the community support will be providing these classes based on requests received from the courts. Excuse me. Our Lee County Child Support Unit received a shout-out from the North Carolina Child Support Office recognizing outstanding collections for the month of March 2026. Local agents teamed up to collect $20,808 from lottery winnings to go towards unpaid court-ordered child support. We want to thank them for their hard work in collecting support for the children of Lee County. That's it.
Any questions of the manager? Commissioner Martin?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Lovick?
None, thank you.
Commissioner Connect? Commissioner Vorbeck?
No, sir.
Commissioner Reeves?
No, just I would ask you to recognize David Foster.
Yes.
He's back in the back there.
Yes, I see him back there now. Sorry, David, I didn't mean to leave you out. Thank you also for your kindness of letting us use your facility all these years. We'll miss you.
We'll miss you not turning the heat on.
That might be a sign he was ready for us to go somewhere else.
Well, we'll find out how the heat works in the new facility. Commissioner Sharp, questions, comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. It's time for commissioner comments, and we'll start with Commissioner Sharp.
And I don't have any tonight. I'm ready to go home.
Commissioner Reeves.
I just have one. I'm so glad that I'm tuckered out. I was truly disappointed with this request from the city. When I spoke with the county manager after learning, I don't know that this may be the first time, that's the first time I recall seeing this request. But I recall being a part of the initial discussion and request from the city regarding the roundabout. The former planning director, I think, was the person who came to us and said, see if we could work something out. I would have never expected this kind of request being made to this board after all the cooperation that we provided in this exchange. As a matter of fact, we went above and beyond just trying to make sure that we were compensated properly from DOT. but this reads as though we are not trustworthy. Suddenly, in all these years, they've now decided that we don't want to put the community in jeopardy of not being able to use the garden, which I admired each time I went over in that area. I'm disappointed that it feels like a real slap in the face to me. This is my personal opinion. That as much as we did in getting this done, to send a letter to say, if you do all that we've asked you to do, we'll consider signing it, is not what I expected. That is not the kind of cooperation I expected to receive from the city of Sanford. I'm very disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Vorbeck.
I'll be short and hopefully sweet, but my only comment, I think, is I want to address tonight is a little bit about how the members who came, the subject matter experts that came and spoke on Saga's request. Though I know Mr. Randolph did apologize for how they were not able to be introduced on the way that we did the public hearing and stuff. But I think some of the grumbling in the crowd kind of struck me personally, a little upsetting, because I believe that even though we might be on different, Saga on how they were presenting might be different than the people who came and spoke against and wanting a moratorium, you were able to bring your experts and talk and had a representation, and we listened to those. So to think that Saga was trying to slip in behind, which is how some of the grumbling came across, just remember that both entities are allowed to be heard. And it wasn't in a holding a bag over the head and trying to sneak them in here. So I just think the representation of what Saga was trying to do and how they're speaking, I just think it was not a very good taste in how both crowds were receptive of it. That's all. And I'm done.
Commissioner Connect.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lovick.
Yes, just want to give a big shout out to staff. The county's had a lot going on lately, so thank you for the hard work you put in, and I know you'll continue to put in until we get to the finish line on some of these projects. Did want to give a shout out to the Ag folks for giving us a good breakfast the other morning, start off Ag Week, and just want to give our thoughts and prayers, and the county did send a beautiful plant to Mr. Randolph's mother's funeral the other day, and Hunter works for us at the library, so it's his grandma, so keep that family in your thoughts and prayers. And I got to give a shout out to my lineman guys. I did that work for 16 years, and it's tough work and treacherous conditions, and we don't really appreciate them guys until our lights are out. So that's good to give them a shout out for tonight. Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Martin.
Yeah, a few quick things. Thank you to the board, to both boards, for the work on the UDO, and remembering that it's a living document and can always be added to at other times. Secondly, just wanted to respond to another, again, that public comment about the schools and how they need funding, reminding the public that this board voted earlier this year to pay a portion of the classified pay again. So I want to go on record with Lee County that the board is working with the school district and the Board of Education. And thank you to the county staff for all the work that's been going on the last couple of weeks.
I'll just add to the fact that I want to say thank you to the Civic Center, Dr. Chapman, David, thank you, Bill, Karen. Noah, just want to say thank you for all the hosting of our boards. And also the McSwain Center, we've spent a lot of time over there, and both Bill and Noah have to travel back and forth, and we appreciate that. But we'll miss you, but you, sure enough, just across the road, come pay us a visit, say hi. We look forward to seeing you. So without further ado, I will, oh, and by the way, thank you, Board, for the extended time that we've spent together this evening. It's very appreciative for a variety of reasons, and I just want to say, please drive safely, wear your seatbelts, and no speeding. Do I have a motion to? We have a motion to adjourn. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're now adjourned. Thank you.
I know. It will probably is.